0.5% in the 4-inch. So
it is funny that
really
our
leakage to speak of. So
just mean, what's the particular mission? To take the Artemis, the Orion spacecraft around the moon. They did it unmanned recently. They're going to do it manned this time. And then the third time, do you know what they're going to do the third time, Em? That nobody's fucking talking about? It's driving me insane. You know what they're going to do the third time? They're going to land on the goddamn moon. So I'm super excited. The plan is to build a space station around the moon. We're going to land on the fucking moon, and we're going to start a moon base, a lunar base. And nobody's talking about this shit. And I get it. There's a lot of stuff going on, but we should be excited about something, for Christ's sake. Anyways. Shrimp is not the way. And then, is that a rainbow shrimp? What do we got there? Rainbow shrimp is the way? Growling Octopus, how you doing? Let's get to work here. I'm going to keep this going.
Really performed well. So the work that the team did,
the moon,
paid off.
We're going back to the moon, March 6th.
You know, we did a
hopefully
hydrogen integrity test before we went back to wet dress. We felt that that was important to get a little understanding of that interface before we brought the entire vehicle up and tanked both stages and both commodities. So we got
now the landing vehicle for the moon. The exciting thing about the landing vehicle for the moon is they haven't decided which they're going to do. Two commercial possibilities. One is a SpaceX. And then the other one is Blue. What are the guys called? The other guys. The Blue one has the best chance. I forget the name of the company. The one that the other rich guy is doing. Oil on the moon. Blue Origin. That's the one. That's probably the best one to land on the moon. Is Blue Origin the SpaceX one? Is that the name of the SpaceX one? Then I've got it wrong. I forget. No, Blue Origin. So Blue Origin lunar lander. So this is the potential one for Blue Origin. Blue Origin's the Bezos one, yeah. So they don't show the new design. It would look something like this. Anyways.
Out of that helped us pinpoint that we believe the leak source was primarily from our 8-inch seal. We changed them both, though, because we were in there and it just made sense to go do that. Yesterday, we got
But
into
it's funny,
tanking.
our
We
president
had to go for
was
tanking
like,
at
hey, let's
9:28
do this
in the morning,
Artemis
so we were a
missions
little bit ahead of
in his last
schedule. Of
term.
course, the call to
And then this
stations was the
turn,
night before,
he's like, let's defund
powered up
NASA.
the vehicle elements, got everything configured, got into
Very
all of our
smart
preps.
guy.
We were ready for load yesterday
things.
morning, gave the go for that. We did make a couple of changes to our wet dress countdown from wet dress number 1. We added a little extra time into the hold before tanking and then in the hold after tanking. And
all right,
we did
Arborist.
that
So
in the event
we've got
that
a
we
tree
ran into
editor
an
here that
issue,
we're
we
working on.
know
Okay,
that
guys?
It takes about 20 to 30
So this
minutes
allows
to run
us
that
to,
contingency scenario where
we
the
can go
QD
here
warm up
and we
we
can show and hide the
fill.
mesh.
So we wanted to have a little bit of extra time.
Oh, I got to redo this.
Thankfully,
Okay.
we didn't need it.
We have to have
for that.
saving and loading. That's probably the first thing we need to work on
But
today.
overall, the
But
test
we can add
went through the
trunks
tanking.
or branches,
It
and we can
was
continue to
it
add
was
more.
really quiet and went well.
Shut up
we
and
did
take my money.
Experience an issue
Whoa,
with
Tom
our comm
Millman.
system. That was
Gifted
probably
sub
the
to
most
Minnie.
exciting thing that happened.
Minnie, you got
during
all the
the
emotes.
tanking scenario, but it wasn't
Thank you,
related
Tom
to the
Millman.
loading
She
of
never
hydrogen
forgets the
commodities.
first time you did that.
We didn't have the flight crew participating. We had them observing, but not participating actively in the test. In other words, they didn't go out to the pad, but we did send the closeout crew out to the pad. And they went through their timeline, their normal closeout of the Orion Crew Module, the last
What the
hatch
dog
and
doing?
White Room.
It's
All
really
of that
cool
went
that
per
the module
timelines
is called
and,
Orion.
And then we
'Cause
got
that's my
into our
son's name.
terminal part of count. We resumed from our count at 8:32. We were targeting an 8:30 T0, initial T0. We were a little bit behind that coming out, but again, really close.
So we can
to the
add a base
opening
here.
of
So here's the
window.
base. And we can show and hide the mesh.
We had a planned hold.
like this.
We were going to demonstrate that 3-minute.
I'm okay right now.
MPS
I don't know.
hold
I keep
constraint.
feeling like
We had
I'm gonna
never
get
done that
it.
before. We did that yesterday.
I thought for sure last
and we
night
were
it was happening.
successful in doing so. We held the clock at 1:30, For the 3 minutes, we actually went a little bit over the 3 minutes. We picked up and we counted down, and then we had a planned cutoff, and we went through our recycle with the flight hardware with a cryogenically fueled vehicle. Again, first time
The
we've
shut
ever
up and take my money thing happened at
done
the
that,
exact time I
validating our
quit the trader.
timelines. We expected it to
Path
take
of
about an
Exile
hour, a
2.
little over.
I thought
We
the
did it in
trader said it for a
57
second.
minutes.
I was like, what?
So very pleased with
What?
how that all went in retargeting a second T0.
Well, if you
We
can't feel
picked
your
up
legs, that's a
the
telltale
count
sign.
again at
Excellent.
T-minus
Good to
10
know.
minutes, and we counted down, and we had no holds, no
Tom, we
planned
got a
holds,
card.
and
We have
nothing
we
held
have
us
2
up
cards we have to
in
mail to
turn count,
you.
and we went
I gotta
down
get it in
and
the
had
mail.
a cutoff at 29 seconds.
Tom, what am I
which
saying? Greg,
concluded
I'm having a
the
stroke.
terminal part of
Tom's
the
like,
count,
how the hell do you have
and then
my
we got
address?
back into our recycle, and this time instead of retargeting to T0, we got into our drain. And I'm happy to report that through those 2 different targets of T0, when we wrapped all that up, we still had launch window remaining. So very successful day.
Okay, so
I'm very proud of this team.
what we're going to do now
and
is we're
all
going to
that
work
they
on getting the
accomplished,
joint down where it
get
needs
us
to be.
yesterday, and then to go execute with such precision. And with that, I'll hand it over to John.
All right, thank you, Charlie. Obviously, yesterday was really a really good day for us. I thought the test went extremely well.
I said, "Whoo, we filled that rocket
the
up with
entire
that
team
that
really remained
fuel,
focused
and it
vigilant.
did everything good. I was
throughout
like,
the
good
entire
Lord, we're
test, and
going
that-
back
that
to the
includes
moon.
the
Holy
MMT.
moly! Now I'm just a small southern
when we did the
NASA
test,
man myself.
3 weeks ago, the hardware was talking to us, so we listened. And as Charlie mentioned, the remediation activities that we took turned out really well. Again, though, it was just another opportunity for us to wring out the system and validate and verify that we've got
You have to
we've got
whistle
a
your
good
S's.
system in place.
Small town
before we put
southern man
crew
myself.
on the launch vehicle of the rocket to go fly on launch day. I
I don't know anything about these fancy Yankees trying
just kinda-
trying to tell me how to do
I had a
my
little bit of
job.
time to reflect on
I just know.
the launch team and the MMT throughout the day. And I
Hold
really
on now,
felt
that's my
like,
diabetes warning.
we've all gotten to a place where we want to be relative to how sharp we are and how we
Rocket
operate.
sure shot up in the
know,
sky.
You see a lot of times relative to our launch frequency.
I'm trying,
so
I'm
we
trying,
have to
Jacob.
work really hard through training.
The Duke
activities
boys, yeah.
for all of us to stay on edge. Teams off looking at the data. I met with some of them this morning. So far, we don't have any indications of anything that we're worried about, but we're just getting started. So we'll go through that and see what the teams come up with and address those as needed. But overall, it was a good day for us. Megan, back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for those opening remarks. It's really great to see how we've learned from Wet Dress 2 and we had a successful learned from Wet Dress 1 and we had a successful Wet Dress 2. All right, so we are now going to invite reporters here in person as well
Does
as
he
over
know
the phone to
Luann?
ask their questions. If you're on the phone, remember
I have
that
so
you
much
need
to work
press
to do for my
star
job, and
two,
it's boring and I don't
star
want it,
one
so
to get
I'm not
into
gonna
the
until
queue,
later.
and
Or
then wait
Sunday
for
or
Mike
Monday.
to get to you here. So we'll
But
start over here.
absolutely
Marsha,
no
go
later
ahead.
than Tuesday. All right, second.
Marcia Dent, Associated Press. To meet a March 6th launch attempt, when would the flight readiness review need to be held? When would the crew be getting? What other milestones between now and then do you have to be on time for in order to make that first time in March?
I'll speak to the programmatic part of that, and then I'll pass it over to Charlie to talk some of the other big kind of technical things that we have to get done in this time frame. You mentioned the flight readiness review. That's certainly a big one. It is targeted for the end of next week. That should be in plenty of time prior to launch to go through that certification of flight readiness. It is going to be an extensive and detailed review. We are going to
120-minute launch window on March 6th would make it at 7:29. So it would be a nighttime launch.
Amit Kshatriya.
The launch window is 1 hour, so the launch window is 2 hours from Kennedy Space Center.
As we go through that certification process. And then at launch minus 2 days, we hand over responsibility over to John Honeycutt as the MMT chair and as we prepare for the launch readiness. You mentioned the crew. The crew will go into
I just want to
what
make
we call
one
a
video
soft
game that makes
quarantine, or
nets
we're
me enough
calling a
money
soft
for
quarantine,
quitting.
where they're
Is
going
that
into
too much to
quarantine at
ask?
Johnson Space Center
Dude, you and me
later
both.
today, as I mentioned. And then probably at
Except I'm
around
not-
L
I
minus
need
5
the
days
opposite. I
or
need the
more.
money
That would
for
be
the
the
money.
latest. But it could go a little earlier. They would transition here to Kennedy Space Center to continue their quarantine up until launch. But I'm going to pass it to Charlie, and she can tell you about the big technical milestones that we need to achieve.
Well, really, we just have one big milestone left. We have contingency pad access that we are installing. So we got through our drain operations early this morning, got into inerting. We'll get back into the pad probably somewhere
lumber
around,
joint.
What time is it now? Maybe somewhere in the next hour or so. Certainly by the end of first shift today, we should have our teams back in. We're doing the preps for the lift, so we could be ready for that lift as soon as this evening. Once we get the platforms lifted up, we have two of them. One of them that provides access to the inner tank and to the booster, and then another that provides access just to the boosters. We'll go in, we'll establish access in those volumes, and then we go in and do the FTS retest. And so that involves disconnecting ordnance, doing the retest, reconnecting ordnance, backing out of those volumes. So it's not a short, 12-hour amount of work. It spans several days, but that's really our big thing that we have left to do before launch. Getting through this wet dress was an important milestone for us. Certainly, there's other work. We'll continue with our late stow and final preparations of the crew module. We have some lessons learned from yesterday that we'll go in and address. But in terms of the big work that's left, it really is that contingency pad access and that FTS retest.
Thank you. Okay, Bill.
Bill Harvey, CBS. I think this is for Charlie. You mentioned the mini tanking, the hydrogen integrity test or whatever. I think I'm speaking for a lot of reporters. We would not have known that was going on if we didn't ask somebody, which I don't understand. I mean, there's a lot of interest in all of this, and I don't understand why information is so hard to come by. I know you talk to us at these briefings and stuff, but it's like PAO doesn't have permission to tell us things. That's number one. If you can just address that, because you are the launch director. And secondly, the seals you mentioned. You have to realize none of us have ever seen a picture or a drawing. We don't know where they are in the tail service mask or how it butts up against the rocket. And so if you're trying to describe something like that, it really helps to have some detail. You don't have to give away company secrets and privacy. It's not ITAR. You need a picture. You need some kind of description to understand this. So where are the
We're going
seals?
to get you a picture.
Okay. Where are the seals? What did you see when you took the old seals out that made you confident new seals were going to fix that? And how are they arranged around the 8-inch and 4-inch? Are they separate with separate lines in a cavity, or are they separate cavities? How does that work? Sorry.
It's all good. So I'll take a shot at it, and then if John wants to add anything to it, I'll hand it over to him. So, and we can absolutely get you some pictures to help out with it. But you have two different lines that go into the plate that forms the interface between the flight vehicle and the ground. And those plates come together, and there are two. If you're looking at that live shot at the pad, you'll see those two. There's two hoses that come off
Expecting
the
him to
back
call
of
him-
that
call
plate.
her
Two
honey
flex hoses.
at a certain
One
point.
is 8-inch. It's for your fill and drain. The other is your 4-inch, which is your bleed. Inside of that plate cavity, there's a seal that goes around where that interface mates together. Pretty simple looking seal. And so what we did is that we went in and we changed both of those out. In terms of findings, we didn't have any significant findings when we went into the cavity. It wasn't like we saw something where we had a significant blemish on the seal and we thought this is absolutely, the root cause or the witness to the leakage that we saw. But the team worked through the data. What we did find was seemed to be, after we removed the seal, there was a little bit of moisture in that 8-inch area. Where it came from, I'm not entirely sure, but we found some moisture there, and certainly when you get cryogenic temperatures going through there, you can have some freezing, and that can cause an issue. We also found that there was a little bit on the 4-inch, there was a little bit of scratches on there, which we very easily buffed out. Again, it's not indicative of the kind of leak that we saw during wet dress number 1, the scratches that we experienced. So when we closed up that
can't get this
cavity,
joint right, guys.
we didn't have one thing that we could point to where we said this was absolutely it.
Man, I wish I could
We
be that
had a
pissed
number
about
of
space. The one guy.
contributing things. But certainly changing out the seals addressed the problem.
You are
because
the
we
launch
had
director. You should know.
Absolutely incredible performance yesterday.
Like, yeah, that's why you're asking the question, and that's why I'm here to answer the question. So
you
could
pressed
we
the
be
tank,
civil?
and that
Like,
leak rate shot up during
it's really
WDR1. How did it do this time?
The maximum leak rate, let me get that for you because I knew you would ask me.
might be a
It was
little-
like
little bit of sexism here
1.5% was the
on
highest
display.
that we saw, which is really
His-
pretty
his
impressive
other
because
job
if
as
you
a White House
recall during
correspondent.
Artemis 1, even on our launch attempt, we saw about 6%. in
Hi,
that
Rad. How's it
cavity.
going?
All right, we'll take one more in the room, Will, and then we'll go to the phones.
Yeah, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thanks for taking the time.
His name's Will
maybe
Robinson
to
Smith, guys.
juxtapose the leak rate that you mentioned, Charlie, just a second ago.
Will Robinson.
I know the
somebody's
limit
parent was a
for
nerd.
WDR1 was 16%, but can you say what the maximum that you saw actually was, especially during tank pressurization during that terminal count? And then to John Honeycutt. in
And he could
your,
just say his name is
prepared
Will
remarks,
Smith.
You mentioned, relative
But I guess
to
that
launch
wouldn't go over well
frequency,
either,
worked
so
really hard,
now he's like, gotta
through
use my
training
middle
activities to
name.
stay on edge.
Dang it,
I wonder,
Dan.
in looking forward to, and maybe Lori Glaze, if you want to address this as well, looking forward to Artemis 3, how are you working to mitigate that and to make sure you stay sharp as, there's going to be whatever time there is between now and the launch of Artemis 3? What sorts of activities are you doing to keep those skills sharp? And, how soon can we expect to hear about the crew training for Artemis 3? Thanks.
So I'll answer the part on staying sharp, and I'll kind of put words in Charlie's mouth. She does the same thing that I do with her launch team, right? So I think her forefathers that came before her, they were big on being vigilant about testing and staying sharp. And so I've
I
adapted
don't
that
know
same
about the rest of
philosophy
you,
for
but
the
I think
MMT.
staying
So
sharp's something important, something
I
we
know
all
we'll
ought to
continue
do.
to do that. As
So now I may be
after this
just a
mission as we
small-time
approach Artemis
Southern
3.
NASA worker, but
Well, I think even John mentioned that even the team dynamic and how the team was working together yesterday. There were some improvements over Wet Dress 1 and some of the prior trainings that we've done. That they're really coming together.
Bob, how's it going?
We've actually made some changes in how the MMT works, the structure of it, and by phase of the mission. And I think there's a lot of lessons there that we can take forward to Artemis 3. Artemis 3 is going to be a complex
I know
mission
why this.
with multiple phases,
Okay,
and
it's
thinking
time.
about how we can make that MMT the most effective.
I'm
that
not doing
can
it in
be,
here. Man,
to
I've been
make,
wasting my time.
Good decisions in a quick time frame, but that are well informed and take advantage of the insights from our bench depth down below the technical depth. I think there's a lot of lessons that we've learned there that we can take forward. You did ask about the Artemis 3. When are we going to start thinking about a crew for Artemis 3? There's still a lot of things that have to happen before we're ready to pick the specific crew that we need. We've got a lot of general training that is ongoing that can happen before we're ready to pick that crew, but we won't pick the crew until we have the specific mission operations lined out, and we can be assured that we're picking the right crew for the right mission.
Okay, let's go to the phones
Well,
for
I
some
do know
questions.
one
We have Irene
requirement for the
Klotz.
crew
Go
that
ahead,
they're gonna
Irene.
meet.
The administrator had written something about redesigning this interface for Artemis 3. At this point, do you think that that's necessary, or do you think you now have this leak issue handled for future missions? And could you please discuss? We're all with you for early March, but if it doesn't work out, could you please discuss the plan for launch options beyond from what you've told us before? The early April window would not be available due to battery checkouts, and I've tried for a month to get the rest of the window that opens April 30th to no avail, and echoing Bill's comments about please freeing your very good PAO staff to tell us what they know. Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead, John. You go first.
I'll take the seal part. So I think last time we got together, I told you about how tricky hydrogen was. It's small molecule, very energetic, and it likes to find leak paths. We've seen that throughout history. This team has worked very hard since Artemis 1 and knew we had work to do to get us into a place where we weren't having these problems. And I can promise you that they addressed everything that we could get addressed, yet we still ran into this. I would share with you that the team still got some open legs on their fault tree that they've been working, but I think they got some good data in this round. We'll have to see where that drives them in order to answer the question. And, you know, if you recall on Artemis 1, we did the same thing. We changed the seals at the pad, and we were successful. So here we are over the last 3 weeks. We changed the seals at the pad, and we were successful. So, again, the hardware's talking to us. I don't want to get ahead of the team. I think they've got some theories about what's going on there, but we'll let them drive the closure. But I do know the administrator wants to make this leak-proof, and I think we're on a good path and got a good opportunity to do that.
Okay. Ken Chang, New York Times. Go ahead, Ken.
Hi, simple question. When would you set a launch date? Would that be after the flight readiness review?
As I said, I think we are going to target the 6th. It's pending the
All right, looking
successful work at the pad and the successful certification of flight readiness, which I said we anticipate the end of next week. So I think we can keep an eye on those activities. If something happens that pushes us off away from the 6th based on the experience that we're having over the next week or so, we will certainly communicate that and be transparent about it. So let's all keep our eyes out. We'll be, I'm sure, posting regular blogs, updates on how we're doing with the contingency pad access and the work that's going to go on with the flight termination systems in the booster and the intertank area of the core stage. You know, if there's something there that looks like it could threaten the 6th, we will certainly let everyone know that we could move off of that. But for right now, that's the direction that we're headed. I think there was also the question earlier about other launch availability, the later launch periods. In particular, I guess it would be launch period 20 that opens on April 30th and beyond. We'll certainly take that comment seriously and take a look at there's still a lot of analyses that has to go into those, and so the 3 launch periods that we released are the ones that have been analyzed most closely, where we understand the constraints. You know, we've talked before about all the various
guys, we're just cooking on this tree editor.
Can impact the launch availability, including the thermal state of Orion, eclipses, communications constraints, the heat shield that we've talked about previously. And so there's a lot of analyses that need to go into determining exactly which of those dates have appropriate launch windows or launch windows within those periods. So if those are, when those are ready, we'll make sure we get the additional periods out. But, you know, if we're lucky, maybe we won't need those.
So 5:30 my time
we'll take
would be
one
the
more
launch.
on the
This is
phone.
sweet.
Micah Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal.
My kids
and then
will be
we'll
able to
go
watch
to
it
the
before
room again.
bedtime?
Micah, go ahead.
10 days trip,
good morning.
5 days to get to the moon.
Has the team conducted any analysis of the impact, if any, the weather may have had on the vehicles or ground systems, just given some of the cold temperatures
I think it's
seen
10
earlier?
days. I think it's about 3 days.
Are you
to get to
tracking
the moon.
anything there?
10 days.
Thanks.
Oh, they're going to do a trip around the Earth a couple times.
So we do not believe that the cold temperatures had an effect on the performance of the cavity, just because the ambient conditions are, I'll say, so much kinder than the temperatures that are flowing through that interface. But certainly we did see during the performance of the wet dress, we did see in some of our systems out at the pad that we had some thermal effects from that, and so we've gone through and taken action on those. And by that, what I mean is that, you know, you have certain pneumatic systems that you set up based on ambient conditions. As we saw the fluctuation in temperature, some of those needed some adjustments.
So what I'd like to be able
we
to
did
do,
see that, but in terms of performance of that interface, we do not believe it was an ambient condition related issue.
we need
let's
to
come
be
back
able to
and roll in
add
here.
two different branch types. One that continues an existing branch, and then one that is
thank you, Ken Kramer, Space Up
fork.
Close. First, congratulations. It was
So instead of
spectacular.
add
I was
branch,
here
it should
last
be
night.
extend branch.
Thoroughly enjoyed it, and can't wait to go back to the moon.
Then we should say
So
add
I get a
fork.
couple of questions. Talking about, let's first, John, the seals and the filters. So you replaced them 2 times. What I'm wondering is, do you need or would you consider replacing them again? Or are you going to use the seals and the filters that are in place now? And I also want to ask, to back up Bill's comments, I've asked for a reentry trajectory. Okay, there's one for Artemis 1. I've asked a couple times for Artemis 2. If you could make that available, okay, and with a little explanation. You know, we've heard general terms, but I'd like to hear some details. Why it is better compared to Artemis 1. You're not doing the skip reentry. You know, give us some details about that would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
I need something for my YouTube outrage
Let's
videos.
see. So the seals and the filter are 2 separate issues. We ran into the filter problem during the confidence test. The EGS folks and the filters on the skid on the ML, and so Charlie's team went through that part. So I'll let her describe that. I think right now, as always, if we ran into a challenge on the seals, we would look at the data and make a decision about what the next steps would be. I will tell you right now, I got a pretty high level of confidence in the configuration that we're in right now. It's out there at the pad. It's going to be there at the pad until we go fly. Very little influences can go on to change the configuration we're in right now. You want to talk about the filter?
Sure, and I would agree with John. There would be no plan to go change the seals. We had great performance yesterday, and there would be no reason to go relook at those. In terms of the filter, John said it. It's on the cryo skid that's on the mobile launcher, and so what happened during the confidence test is that we saw a delta P across that filter that we didn't expect, and it was right around the time that we were transitioning to fast fill. So what we were left with was, did we have something that was clogged in the filter? Was the filter frozen? What caused that? And so we went in and we had to wait a couple of days for it to warm up, get it up to the right temperatures, because the last thing that you want to do in a cryo system is introduce moisture. And so we went in, pulled that filter out. What we found was that it wasn't clogged. So we were left with, there's no debris in it, and so it was likely some air that got ingested into the system somewhere, and it froze as part of those operations. So we purged it out, put in a brand new filter, and continued our purges, and again had really good performance yesterday. We would have no plan to go in and touch that again. You know, one of the things with cryo systems is one of the ways you can actually have problems is when you open them up.
Safer to keep them buttoned up.
Yeah.
Hey, you know,
They're working.
This technical community works closely together. I got to give kudos to the ULA folks and some other folks that stepped in and worked with the EGS guys and the SLS guys to share
No, it doesn't
some of
cost
their
money,
learnings
sweetheart.
relative to
You clip away.
frozen nitrogen or frozen air in their filters, and they had seen it before too, and that they provided some valuable data to help drive this thing to closure.
I'll address the question about the Artemis II trajectory. Thank you for the comment. We'll see what we can do, getting you some information there, some more detailed information. I wouldn't say that the Artemis II trajectory is in any way a better trajectory than Artemis I. It's different, and it's uniquely designed specifically for the Orion heat shield capabilities that we have for Artemis II. It's also uniquely designed based on this free return trajectory that we have. So it's not an entry profile that we would use for the Artemis III mission, for example, that's in orbit around the moon and then coming back to Earth. It is something that we have the ability, because we're on this free return, we use this specific trajectory that allows us to come in and manage those heat loads on the Artemis II heat shield, which we believe we now, on all of the work that's been done since Artemis I, understand what we expect the performance of that heat shield to be specifically. We will make changes to the heat shield for Artemis III. In fact, it's already built. It's sitting over in the ONC building right now. So this is a unique trajectory, and it's specific for this mission. But I do take your point, and we'll see if we can get you some more detail on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's unique just to Artemis II. We won't use this type of trajectory again when we have the more capable heat shield.
Oh, sorry, Ken. Do you mind? We have a couple of other people online as well. Do you mind? We'll try to get back around to you, we promise. All right, Megan over there.
Yeah, Ken.
First of all, congratulations, Megan Moriarty with WESH 2 here. First and foremost, what, I guess specifically for Charlie, what kind of emotions were you feeling at 10:16 p.m. last night? And how confident are you for a March launch date? And then for logistic purposes, besides March 6th, what are some of the other dates that we could possibly see this launch?
All right, so how did I feel last night? I felt great. The team had worked really hard. We had some challenges in Artemis I, and our SLS chief engineer and my friend John Blevins often says you have to earn your right to fly. And I felt like last night was a big step in us earning our right to fly. So felt really good, very proud of the team, because they continue to work through the challenges, whether it was in the integrity test.
Man, did you guys see
the wet dress
last
and
night?
All of this
the
really
NASA
does
talk
prepare you to
about
fly.
the
John
Starliner
talked about how
thing?
the team
Oh my
executed
gosh.
and all of that. I would
that
say
GIF
that
meme of the kids
proficiency
going,
and execution, the timelines, the way
that
that
whole
they've
thing?
matured, the
It was basically the
procedures,
nerd equivalent
all
of that.
was reflected last night, and it's all a testament to the work that the team did to be ready for that. So I felt really good about it, good about the test, proud of the team.
Ooh, you found your Minecraft
How do I
sword.
feel about March 6th? I mean, as Lori
It's
talked
deflated.
about
It's
it,
got some
we
holes
have to
in
get through the flight readiness review. We got work
We can
ahead
patch
of
them
us.
with
but
some
certainly, as I
we
told
need,
our team
clear
during
packing
the
tape.
pre-test
That's what
briefing for
normal
wet
ones
dress,
know about.
we have two big jobs ahead of us. One was a successful wet dress and meeting our test objectives for that. And, during Artemis I, we left a few of those on the table, and we still made a successful run at launch, even though there was a few of those we didn't demonstrate. Last night, we demonstrated them all. So that gives me great confidence in going into launch countdown relative to how to load the vehicle, the performance of the SEALs, the performance of the team, kind of things you might see in term count. Let's see. And then the other work that's ahead of us is the contingency pad access that I talked about. That is a first-time op at the pad. So we haven't done that before. It's a new capability we developed for Artemis II, specific to providing a retest of the flight termination system at the pad. If you recall, for Artemis I, we roll
Clear
back
packing tape.
to retest that. That's where we have access in the VAB. So we have these two access trusses that we install on the mobile launcher. It provides temporary access out to those compartments so that we can access the ordnance and we can go retest it. So I will have you a much better answer on how that goes once we get into the work. But that
so
is
we have a
really the
save
last
as, and
remaining
we need a
thing, other
load.
than just buttoning everything up, getting into your final configuration for launch. So I feel pretty good about that.
Okay. So when we hit the save button, we need to prompt a dialogue window.
Yeah, we have, I believe our launch window goes through the 11th. So,
The 11th.
Yeah, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11, and that's online.
Exactly. Can I just add one more just quick note to follow, Charlie? We've talked a lot about what we've learned through the wet dress rehearsal and where our levels of confidence in getting to the launch, but I did just also want to stress this is a flight test. The whole mission is still a flight test. This is our second time to fly the SLS and Orion systems, the first time with crew, the first time with the environmental control systems active, the first time
What's
with
crazy
the
is
flight
how much of
termination
it's now
systems active so that we
autopilot
can support
flying.
crew. So I just want to keep people, in your mind, we're talking about how confident we are in getting to launch and our excitement about this mission, but don't want anybody to ever lose sight of the fact that this is a flight test and the entire mission. We will continue to learn. That's the whole point of this mission, is to learn.
Okay, we'll take one more in the room here before going on the phones. Thank you.
Hi, TJ Mascaro with the Epoch Times. Thank you so much, and again, congratulations. Can you elaborate a little more on what work the closeout crew still has to do, and talk about all the changes that were made from Wet Dress 1 to Wet Dress 2? Thank you.
So for the closeout crew, we did deploy them to the pad yesterday. We wanted to demonstrate the closeout of the Orion crew module and all of our procedures. We didn't have, I wouldn't say we had any significant changes in the plans other than, you may recall, there were some, I'll say some minor things that we wanted to go take a look at in terms of, and some of them are very small, right? We had, and one simple one, right? The elevators on the 274-foot level. We have blast doors up there. Those doors were closed out for when the closeout crew arrived at the pad. Normally those are left open so that when the elevator doors open, you can walk right out on 274. So that during Wet Dress 1 kind of held us up for a few minutes while they deconfigured the doors. That's a simple thing, but those are that set of simple things that on launch day can cost you sometimes minutes that matter. And so we wanted to go back through and do our closeout one more time. The closeout crew performed amazing. They deployed to the pad. They were right on their timelines. We didn't have any significant issues as part of the closeout activities. We do plan to do one more demo before flight, just because, John talked about our launch rate and talked about the opportunities to go through and do training. And in the case of the closeout crew, there isn't a full trainer anywhere that gives you the crew module hatch and the last hatch and the white room. And so where we get that is in the white room with the flight hardware. So we do intend to do one more closeout demo just to refine our timelines and look at it one more time, but I don't envision any significant changes as a result. Team did great yesterday.
Great, thank you for that question. We'll go on the phones now. Marcia Smith, Space Policy Online.
Thanks so much for taking my questions. Actually, I think I have two of them for Lori. The first one is about a comment you made a little bit earlier about for Artemis 3, and you wouldn't be picking the crew because you had to pick the right crew for the right mission. And could you elaborate on that a little bit? And does that reflect questions about which human landing system you're going to be using, and is there any update on that? And nearer term for Artemis 2, I'm wondering what NASA's strategy is for getting the word out to the public about Artemis 2, because I'm still surprised at how many people don't even know that we're going back to the moon.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm doing fucking NASA's work right now. I feel like, God
your first
damn.
question first.
Why doesn't anyone know about this?
Yes. So as you
Sorry
know,
for
we
cussing.
have been over the last several months thinking about trying to introduce a little bit more of a
anytime I'm out in
competitive
public,
nature
I'm
and
like, we're
trying
going back to the moon.
Get our
It's
crew
happening.
to the lunar surface.
It's happening
and
very
so we
soon.
are looking at potential, the potential of having either the Starship or the Blue Origin lander landing capability. So that will make a difference in training. And then also just even as we refine the work that we want to do on the lunar surface, that will also define exactly what types of capabilities that we need, the complement of capabilities that we're going to need with that crew. So that's kind of where we are and what's going to drive drive the selection. So I would anticipate, over the next many months or year or so, us starting to really refine and think through what that will look like. So stay tuned on that. Let's see. The first question had to do. I'm sorry. What was the first one on? Or the second question on Artemis 2?
How would you get people to
get the people to know about it more? Yes. Yes, I agree. We need to start getting the word out. Let's do that. I'm going to rely on you guys to help us a lot in getting the news out and getting the story out, and our PAO folks as well. And hopefully, by leaning in a little harder on when we think we really anticipate our ability to launch, hopefully in March. I think that helps a lot as well, where it's not an ambiguous time in the future. We've had this successful wet dress rehearsal yesterday. I think a lot of folks up to this point have said, we watched Artemis 1 and it went, significantly beyond when we first started talking about it. But this is really getting real, and it's time to get serious and start getting excited.
All right, next question on the phone, Jeff Faust, Space News.
Good morning. Quick question on the leak rates that you measured. Was that low leak rate, that 1.5% or so, constant throughout the test? From fueling through the terminal countdown, or were there points in the test that leak rate peaked, and does that provide any sort of diagnostics about what might have been the root cause of the issues you were having earlier? Thanks.
Yes, so no, it was not a constant leak rate. In fact, I don't have I just have the max leak rate for during our fill operations, and it was, I'm going to say this, 0.4% was our max in fast fill, 0.4%. So that is almost unheard of, even in Artemis 1. We did not see leak rates that low. The leak rate in term count we saw was in the first run through term count, we had 1.6% was the highest we saw. And in our second one, it was 0.7. And it was not constant the whole time, because what happens in term count is that we're going through something called pre-press. And so you have these pressurization pulses that are being sent to pressurize the flight tank. And so you could see that you'll see some fluctuation in that leak rate. But the numbers that I gave is the max that we saw during that time. So again, very good performance yesterday.
Jackie Waddle, CNN.
Hi, folks. Thanks for doing this. A couple questions. First for Charlie about the seals. What's the difference between the seals that you just put on versus the one that were replaced? If I understand correctly, these warp with the chill down. So what makes you confident that these seals, won't continue to warp with chill down on launch day? And then question for whoever can take it. I know that there was an indication that you could work towards an earlier launch date than March 6th. I think March 3rd was kicked around. Can you discuss why you were able to evaluate launch dates that weren't previously identified, and why you ultimately decided to stick with March 6th? And are you going to continue to consider maybe alternative launch days down the line, or is it pretty much set?
Dude, I was saying earlier, you missed it, but I'm like, he started the Artemis missions in his first term.
I'll take the first part of that.
And now he's canceling.
SEALs.
He's like trying to cut all the funding for NASA.
There's no difference.
It's just typical
the
of him.
SEALs are
It's like those were bad
exactly
steel
the same.
deals.
They're just
Whoever did those was a
newer
moron.
SEALs.
It's like, that was you, sir. It's like, oh.
All I can say about that is these seals are installed when we build the core stage.
This time around, he's like,
VAB.
why are we going back to the moon?
As Charlie mentioned
I don't
earlier.
understand.
And as you know, we're in the VAB for a pretty good while, because we got a lot of work to do there. And then we go through rollout, and we understand.
Okay, so SAVE is
do have certain loads on the rocket as we roll to the pad. And so I'm not going to speculate anymore. What I said earlier is we're going to let the teams go off and look at the data that we got over the day yesterday, and see how that addresses things that we might need to do different moving down the road, or maybe we just look at operationally if we do something different.
And I'll take the question about the additional potential launch opportunity dates. So as I mentioned a little bit earlier when we were talking about other potential windows or launch periods beyond April, there's an enormous amount of analyses that has to go into determination of which of those dates actually have appropriate launch windows that we can use that are, we want something that's in general at least 2 hours in duration so that we can have a good chance of getting off on that date. And then all of the constraints I mentioned, thermal control, eclipses for power, communications. And so what we had done with March 3rd, which we had been looking at, is that the preliminary analysis was kind of on the edge. So it was originally taken off of the plate, and we already knew that the 4th and the 5th were not viable at all for some of those reasons. And so there wasn't a whole lot of, the additional work wasn't really done on the 3rd. But we started really sharpening our pencils, trying to maximize the number of days. Could we eke out another day in March that could be viable? And so in particular, the Orion team went off and started looking at it. And looking at not just the nominal case and the baseline case, but they have to look at all of the off-nominal cases, all of the potential scenarios that we might end up in, and how the Orion spacecraft would still be able to perform, keep our crew safe, and be able to return back to Earth in a safe configuration. And so that took an enormous amount of work, but they went and they did that. They did all of that additional analyses. They ultimately did determine that the 3rd could have been a viable date, but with the work that we had ahead of us, it just didn't seem feasible, particularly following Wet Dress 1 and considering the work that needed to be done with replacing the seals and replacing the filter. And so we opted to eliminate that as an available date. But I anticipate as we go through the systematic approach that we have for assessing each of the viable or the available launch dates, we'll go through those. We already have, I believe, a rough cut at those for May and June and beyond, but we'll continue to refine those. And as I said earlier, as we sharpen our pencils and we start to get a better understanding of exactly which of those dates are available, we'll make those available to you guys as well.
We're staying on the phones. We have quite a bit there. Stephen Clark, Ars Technica.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. John Honeycutt just answered my main question, but I'll follow up on the seals. What are the seals made of? What material? And remind me, was there any difference between or design change made in the seals themselves between Artemis 1 and 2? That's for John, I guess. And for Charlie, we heard some things. You mentioned the comms issue during the countdown and also the booster avionics issue that came up during the terminal count, I guess, yesterday. Can you kind of just go over, what the path forward is on resolving those? Thanks.
So it's a metallic ring that fits between the two interfaces, and the metallic rings has the sealing material built up on it. It's Teflon, and then it's kind of a complex geometry to the spring because it's got a spring assist feature to it all around the seal, and then
now may just be
even I believe it's the 4-inch seal is actually a pressure assisted seal. So, but no, there's been no change since Artemis 1 in the design.
Okay, Joe Roulette, Reuters.
I had a quick question on the communications issues that was mentioned earlier on this call. I know it's not an exciting thing that happened, but I'm just curious to know what was causing that, what the fix was, what the situation is there. Thank you.
Yeah, so I can take that. We did experience a communications issue yesterday. We were able to track it down to a network configuration issue, and so we've been able to take corrective actions to ensure that we don't have that happen again. One thing I'll also say is that we were able to go through, while it wasn't planned to demonstrate yesterday, we did go through a contingency procedure that we run in the event that we have a loss of comm, and we implemented that yesterday. It worked great. The only slight holdup that we had was when the comm issue, when we encountered it, It was just as we were getting ready to take hydrogen from slow fill to fast fill, and I did ask the team to hold up. I didn't want to go to fast fill until we had stable comm, just because in the event that we were to have something happen, I wanted to make sure that we could communicate across our team. But we do have a contingency plan that involves test nets on our radios that we utilize, and so we did go through and deploy those yesterday in the firing room, and we were able to keep communication with our team while the comm network team was able to go troubleshoot and isolate the problem and get us back stable.
Okay, Nicole from the Canadian Broadcast Company is on the phone. Go ahead, Nicole.
Actually, that was my question. I was going to ask about the comms issue. But, I mean, you seem pretty confident that this won't creep up again. I'm asking because this also occurred during the first attempt with Artemis 1. Had you changed anything since then with comms?
You just said you did. They have a new contingency.
An issue like this during Artemis 1, I do not recall any issues that we had like this with the communication system during Artemis 1. We had a different comm system during Artemis 1 than the one that we have in place today. And I don't recall any communication issues during Artemis 1.
Okay, let's see if there are new hands in the room because we still have quite a bit on the phone. We'll go here. And then we'll go back to the phones.
Hi, Bert Dicht with the National Space Society. A question for John. At the pre-rollover press conference, you mentioned the enormous responsibility of the MMT and that we're not going to be going till we're ready. We've made a lot of progress since then. I'm just wondering, as we're moving toward launch, what will you be looking at specifically? Is there anything that maybe concerns you or is keeping you up at night?
Now, are you talking relative to the MMT or the hardware?
To the MMT.
Yeah, so, you know, we did talk, we looked at it, and I think the leadership above me agreed at some point in time in this path today, we needed to do more to get ready. I feel like at this point we have demonstrated a significant amount of improvement to where I am almost happy. And I may not ever be happy. I don't know. But I'll tell you, we have another sim, in-space sim planned at JSC for the MMT on Monday. And then, you know, knock on wood, we want to go fly as soon as we can in the launch window. But if something opens up there, and God forbid that to happen, I'll be looking at other things we can go do to stay sharp.
All right, we have time for two more on the phone. Tariq Malik, Space.com.
Yes, thank you very much. Charlie, you mentioned that during this fueling test, the Artemis II crew, you know, they weren't participating, but that they were observing. And I'm just curious kind of what their reactions or their input was that you got after the fact about what they're thinking now that we're past this milestone, and that you've got March 6th on the horizon.
Yeah, so, we were really lucky to have our flight crew in the firing room, 3 of the 4 members observing the test, and I would say that they were excited to be there with the team and pretty pleased with all of the results. So, I wouldn't want to put words in their mouth, but I think they were as happy or maybe happier than I was, and I was certainly thrilled with the results.
Hey, Reed said in the MMT
All right,
bubble.
So we got our dialogue
with us, and he particularly
So let's just create a folder called
Trees right next to the Moon to Mars chief engineer, and he stayed right there through the whole time. And
okay, so now we
Reed
need to register
made the same observation that I made earlier today. He's been either directly tracking or indirectly tracking what this team's doing to improve, and he saw that.
Are they using SpaceX to go to the moon? No, the Orion capsules and NASA capsule.
So he reflected on the
NASA
launch team
spacecraft.
and the MMT.
So to reach the moon, the answer is no. To land on the moon, the answer
All right,
is yes.
Andrea Leinfelder, Houston Chronicle, you have the last question of this press briefing. Go ahead.
Formally picked whether or not they're going to go with SpaceX.
Thank you.
Or
I wanted to
Bezos'
ask another question about the communications.
lander yet.
I recall there
The
were
SpaceX one
communication
has
blackouts during the first
major
wet dress
problem,
rehearsal for the Artemis 2 mission. And there was an alert or a news update that said it had been an ongoing issue. So
it has to go
is there a larger
separate from
issue with the
the,
communications? And,
from
did
the,
go into the
Orion capsule.
contingency
So
plan yesterday provide
it's a whole
confidence
different
that,
thing.
that
The
plan
other
would work
thing
on
is,
launch
I'm not a
day if
fan
there was
of it
another
just because
communications
it's,
issue?
I mean, it's
Thank
so
you.
obviously it's top heavy.
So
but
we
I know
did
they,
have,
you know, they're going to
we
do
did
the
have
whole
a
landing thing
comm
that they do
issue during
exactly
Wet
like
Dress
on
1.
Earth.
And,
So
you know, there's
the
been,
SpaceX
like
one,
many,
you know,
like many
is gonna do the
communication
whole,
issues,
I'm a really long-looking
just
thing, but I'm
a
going to
reflection of technology, if you will.
The reason why I
It can
think that's a
happen for
bad
lot of different
idea is
reasons.
it's not
And so
landing
the
on
team has been
a
working
barge
very
out in the ocean that's
diligently
perfectly
to
level.
determine as we go through each
And
of
I
them,
think
and
the
not all of
less
them are the
top-heavy
same.
the lunar
Sometimes
landers
it is
are, the
related
smarter
to
the design is, in my opinion.
some of the comm issues can be
And I mean, we've
related
already
to
sent-
you know, some
recently sent a bunch of
configuration
different
between centers, and so
things to
you
the
may have
moon, and
heard
they've
that
all
we had
fallen
some of
over.
that in one of our wet dress.
So why
where
they
we
keep
had
building
some of our
these
loops that
top-heavy
weren't,
fucking things to land? Sorry for cussing. These
connected
top-heavy things to
in
land
the
on the
way
moon
that
is
we
beyond
expected,
me.
which is why we do
Makes
wet
no
dress, so we can
sense.
figure out all these things. So on launch day, that we get all this configuration and all of this mapping correctly. And so that was one form of the
You need something
comm
with like
issues that
wide
we've had.
legs because
we also
the moon's
had we had another
moon is not a
issue
flat
on a
surface.
prior test where we dropped out of what was called duplex to simplex mode within the server, which is that the comm essentially worked just fine, but the redundancy wasn't there. And so you may have heard us speak about that. Yesterday's issue was something completely different. It wasn't within the voice comm system itself, but it was in the network. So hopefully, as we have worked our way through
the
this,
SpaceX lander has this huge issue where they have to they have to launch it into space. It's going to be orbiting Earth, and then they have to launch
we'll certainly be putting operational controls in place as well for once we get our config in place and freezing
and then they have
it
to fuel the fuel tank
once we test it out. So there'll be
with
some
more
operational
fuel.
Controls that come along with that.
And so it's like it's a very ridiculous thing.
Oh, our backup
but
plan.
we'll see
so,
how much
because we had some issues before, we wanted with Wet Dress 1
to pick the worst
we wanted
option.
to make sure
We've
that
already
we
made
had, you know,
concessions
one of
with
the
Artemis
things
that were bad. It's too
I think
fast.
NASA does really well is we learn
so
from
it can't have
the
an
data
orbital
that we're given.
trajectory that's close to the moon.
And then you try to take
It's
that
way,
and you apply it and you think about, well, what could the next failure be and how would we address that? And so we had a comm issue. We thought about, we went and corrected the issue that we had, and
it
we
has
thought
to go
about,
a
well, what if
certain
this
speed or
happened?
something.
And
I
what if
can't
it
remember the
happened
exact
in the
reason,
most
but
dynamic
it
state?
can't
And
have
what would we do and how would we address that?
closer
And that's
trajectory
where the
around the
contingency
moon.
plan came
So-
up. We had that proceduralized, so it wasn't something we were doing yesterday. We had radios available in the firing room. We had people
I think
designated
Blue Origin
that
makes
would
the
be
most sense.
available
I think
to
we'll
provide
see whether or
those
not
as they were needed.
other people
we knew
are
what
at play
channels we would
here
use. It was all in
when it comes
in our
to-
procedures. And
because
so,
I think the SpaceX option
while
is,
I hope to not
is the wrong choice,
execute
at
that
least
on
now.
launch day,
But supposedly
I
they
certainly
have a
know
new
that
approach
if
that
we
they're
need
working
to, that
on,
it is
so we'll
available
see.
to us.
The SpaceX one
and
is
I do
bonkers,
have.
though.
I know you said that was our last question, but I want to go back because I didn't answer. I think between the multiple questions, it got missed. But someone asked about the issue that stopped us in terminal count because we always
But SpaceX
plan
has
to
been
count
proving
down
very good with the,
and hold at a minute
the
30.
ISS
We did not
modules,
plan to have an issue. We did have an issue, which was booster power
Dragon,
001. Which looks at three sets of, it basically looks at three measurements. Two of them are from the ground and one
the
is from the
Bezos
booster,
one I think is the best option for the lunar
onboard
lander, in my opinion.
battery. And
That's
it's just making sure that
that's
we
just
have
like
the
my
right
opinion, man.
voltage to support
But I think
the mission.
those
And
ones
so
are
what
better than
happened
the,
is that the
the other
flight
ones.
measurement looked great.
But I mean,
It was
supposedly
solid,
we're gonna
and
get
we
a
saw
space
a
station
delta
around
to
the moon soon?
between what the ground side
During,
was seeing.
after this
we're
Artemis
going to go
2?
take a look at that. It was no
We're gonna
constraint to
we're
yesterday. We're not going to
supposedly
fly,
working
and so we
towards the
knew that
lunar
we're in a
base.
good position to press on. We did that.
So we'll see.
But we will be going and looking into that and figuring out why we saw saw that delta between the ground.
They're talking about
and
possibly
flight. Certainly
melting,
between the two. You want
making
your
moon
flight
bricks.
Measurement to be sound, because that's the one you're going to go
and
fly
they're going to
with.
land
the
on
ground
the
one's gonna be
pole, one of
left
the poles
behind,
of the moon.
But we'll go work that out
for
and
the lunar
figure
base,
that one out.
supposedly.
But that was the issue someone asked about that stopped us in term count yesterday.
Thank you so much for that follow-up. Charlie, as you can see, we try to get to as many of you and as many of your questions as possible, but we do have to wrap up today's news conference now. Again, thank you so much for your questions, and thank you, of course, to Lori,
But
Charlie, and
obviously,
John
I feel like
here.
if they do any mining,
and as
then that
you heard them
should
say,
be on
we're going
the,
to target our first
the
March
quote-unquote dark side of
opportunity,
the
March
moon.
6th, pending any open work.
If they
but ahead
start
of that attempt, we'll, of
carving
course,
into the
host
moon, then that
more
needs
of
to be
these
on the other
briefings so
side
that
of the
you
moon.
can stay
I
up
don't
to
think we
date
should
on
see
our
it.
progress. But until then, everyone can learn more about this mission by going to nasa.gov/Artemis. We're pulling that up on the screen right now. Again, nasa.gov/Artemis.
But the lunar base
Again,
is going to
thank you
be on
everyone
one of
for
the
your
poles,
interest,
I
for your
believe,
questions,
because
and
of,
have a great rest of your day.
I think maybe combination of radiation and staying out of the, heating and cooling issues or something like that. Where the transformers are. It's not dark all the time, obviously, but do you guys know how big this thing is? I mean, this thing is huge. Artemis versus Saturn V. Close that out. Trying to find a good comparison. I'm still in a committed relationship with the James Webb Telescope. Guys, I will say, fight the nihilism. Stand against it. Here we go. As far as I'm not talking about you, Greg, or anything, but a lot of people are trying to talk this stuff down. But here it is, compared to the Saturn V. So it's almost as big as the Saturn V rocket, which was huge. But the base of it is enormous. It's it's crazy big. I believe we're just some alien science project. All right, so we have our dialogue, our file dialogue pop up. Let's go back to the dialogue work again. So we're going to get saving and loading going here. Again, we're just working on the tree editor. We're working on the tree editor because we need the joints to behave a certain way. The easiest way I can think to do that is to manually build the tree ourselves until we figure out how exactly it all should work. And then once we know and understand that, we'll build our own tree doing this. And then once we have a good understanding of that, maybe later on, not right now, not for the prototype, but maybe later on we look into ProcGen. But we're not doing ProcGen for this. We're going to do it ourselves because there's just so much about the joints that we have to understand. Step 1, need a tree. Exactly. But yeah, I'm so excited. There's so much. I mean, if you're into space stuff right now, it's so cool. There's a live feed of the ISS at any time. You can just go and watch the ISS, like one of the cameras. It's all burnt out though. What do they call it on digital cameras? It's seen the sun too much and it has a bunch of dead pixels because the sensors are all fried because it's like just permanently looking wherever it's looking, and whenever the sun is like right and directly in front of it, it burns out another pixel. It's pretty funny on the digital sensors. Step 2, poop your pants. Mini. They have a flying robot in the ISS. Did you guys know about that? They've got this cool circular robot. It flies around because it's zero gravity. It flies around. It's a camera robot. It's controlled in Japan's space, their space center. I think it's called JAX or whatever, their space stuff. But it uses fans to move around. Is it Astro Bee? I forget the name of it. No. What's it called? ISS flying robot. So some guy in Japan controls it when they need a camera, a hands-free camera. Where is it? Here it is. This is what it looks like. ISS Roomba, exactly. JAXA. Yeah. There it goes. Whoosh. I hope they take some of the stuff back before they toss it into the ocean. Astro Bee is also a flying robot. Ah. Oh, I see. The box one? Definitely not as adorable. Yeah. And it self-docks. It just kind of flies back to where it needs to go, just like a Roomba. That robot really puts it to shame. I bet it has a good purpose, though. Like the box shape and everything. Okay, so now we need the signal. File selected. And then we get a path. So what we should do is we're going to create a file dialog, a global file dialog. And just always have it ready. So there we go. And then on ready, we're just going to add it to the scene, just like we do here. And so then we'll change the mode here as we need it and pop it up here as we need it. And we'll have the signal connect on the ready. We don't need this. We do need that. And we can get rid of this. So this is what it's looking like now. Ooh, yeah, ramen. Heck yeah, I'll take it. There's 3 of them. It's so cool. Dude, an ISS game, I was thinking an ISS game would be a lot of fun to make, where you slowly build the space station. Let me get my Astro Bee figure drawings. Rule 34 Astro Bee. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a drink. Grab some tea with my ramen. watching this Lego Builders thing that they might want to watch with you. You know what's crazy expensive right now is Spam. The weirdest thing that you wouldn't think is expensive is like super expensive. Like $4.50 a can. That's insane. Yeah, dude. It's the economy of it's got to have something to do with the tariffs, most likely. I love this stuff, dude. It's so good. Spam rice. Oh, Spam rice. Oh, good Lord. Oh. Corned beef hash is the same thing. It's also crazy expensive. But I love it. Dude, grilling up corned beef hash in a cast iron, getting it all browned and everything, crack 2 eggs on it, and then close the lid over it and steam the eggs, poach the eggs on top of the corned beef hash. Oh, and make it, so the top is still runny. Oh my God. So good. Musubi. Yep. Second time I've been talking about it today, even. Ooh, they have musubi with like an egg layer on it. Musubi with egg. Ooh, that looks good. Dude, that looks so good. Man, the Korean street food. Oh, watching those videos. Man, South Korea knows how to do street food right now. Holy smokes. They're like building for their street food. They're building like custom things to like make it in and stuff. It's wild. They're like going to CNC machinists and stuff to build things so they can just make this one weird sandwich thing, All right, back to work. Let's get the signal connected now that we have this here. We have to add this. So we're adding the file dial, the viewport. I think we only need to do this once because we're going to reuse file dialog for everything. And it's just 2 pieces of bread with a whole fried chicken in it. Yeah. It's like some weird shape thing. And like they like put egg white, like egg mix over it. And then they seal it in like some weird vessel. And then the whole thing cooks everything inside of that. And so it's like some weird thing where it's egg around some big Texas toast looking thing with like fried chicken, and it's very American in a weird way. It's weird because I don't associate big breakfast is like, I always thought it was an American thing. So it's weird to see another country doing that. But I mean, the reality is that a lot of South Korean men especially are a little on the chonky side. So despite their best PR efforts to make it appear to be otherwise. North Korea, if you're fat, you just never get heard from again. I know. I have the small farm community has to eat somehow. Second. That's awful. Oh my God. Okay, so we have the new file path. Dude, thank God for Dropout. Me and my wife, that's just like our nightly routine. Is just putting on Dropout and just giggling. It's great. Oh. I've watched VIP. We're all about Game Changers and Make Some Noise. Those are our two like go-tos. You watched Dimension 20? I saw a couple of clips of it on, they have the live version of it now on Dropout, where it's just like a channel that you can just watch and they just play their programming. Dude, Game Changers is radical that over time it starts to like mess with everyone's minds because it becomes very meta. There's a game within a game that people don't know they're playing. And yeah, Game Changers is great. I haven't watched a lot of Dimension 20. I should. That's what I should put that on. I want to start doing some Pomodoro things on the stream, and maybe putting that on would be good. But I don't think I should, because that's how they make their money, right? So I shouldn't do that. Very important, Vic Michaels. Vic Michaels is great. Vic Michaels is hilarious. She's got like this really dry thing about her. My favorite thing is there was a clip of like Vic Michaels doesn't understand what food is. And it's like a growing, like, as we're watching it, she's like, anytime she has to talk about food, it seems like she's like an alien describing how food works. It's pretty funny. All right, new path. So we get a path. All right. And we need to know that it's an RES if we don't type RES. So why did that happen? Save all files. We have to specify the type. So how do we do that? File dialog. Is there a file type? Filter. Here we go. We have to add a filter. So filters is a pack string array. And there we go. And we want to do RES because we don't want this to be, because we're going to constantly be changing this. We don't want this to be a binary file, just so we can easily grep it if we need to. So we'll set up the filter. Each filter array string in the array should be formatted like this. Packed string array. When we do a packed string array on instantiation, can we set the array? Yes, we can. Okay. Star .res. So it's a resource file. Save as. Okay, we have to close and reopen. Let me just make a file dialog here and see what we can do, because I think I'm doing something wrong. Pack string array. Star.res. It should be that simple. Each filter in the array there's an add filter function. Filter should be in the form of file name dot extension, where the file name can be a star to match any string. So I don't think we can use a setter on it. Maybe we have to use add filter. For example, a filter and a description of images. Now description can be empty, so add filter, we'll just do that. .star.res. Don't save. Save as. There we go. Okay. Now we can specify the folder that this, we can automatically have it go into trees. So we'll do that. Current path. And currently selected file path of file dialog, but can we force it to not be able to leave root subfolder? Here we go. If not empty, the given subfolder will be the root of this file dialog. The user will not be able to go to its parent directory. Okay. So file dialog. Root subfolder. And we'll use a const for this. Root say file folder. String equals our user. No, not user. res forward trees. Root file folder. Okay. Now we close and reopen. Say button is nil, but callable was expected, so I screwed something up. Let's go ahead and reload. Nathir, what's up? No indication that something's wrong. RES, there we go. So now taco. Save. Nothing's going to save though. So let's go ahead and get that going. So when we hit save, we need to have a connection for that. And file selected. File selected. No signal when the button is pressed. So is this in a confirmation button? Cancel button. So that's not it. Properties. Accept dialog. Signals. Canceled. Confirmed. Okay. So we need to have on the confirm. And now we need a state for this because we need to know if we're saving or loading, right? We might be able to ask file dialog, but I don't know. Let's see. File mode. We can get the file mode, so we don't need to change that. Confirmed. Connect. File confirmed. All right. We're cooking. File selected. Func. File confirmed. And then we say file dialog. We'll do a match statement on this. And if it is file dialog, file mode save file, then we say print debug save me daddy. I'm here to bring the cringe. I'm here to bring the cringe and extra kappa. Excellent. This weekend is Operation Make the Tower Sim fun by adding chores. And do one level block out for Bouncula. Nice. 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 Oh, Godot crashed. This happens when you're working on tools and Godot's, man. Godot is a little jank with editing tools. You know what I don't love? I don't love how much of my life is washing dishes and doing laundry. I don't love that. I don't know how that happened, guys. Okay. Failed to compile, game, GD, parser, too many, blah, blah, blah. Too many cooks. Too many cooks. File confirmed. Confirmed connected. File confirmed. Does confirm do something that I don't know about? Does it pass a param? Signal confirmed when the OK button is pressed. Maybe when a custom button is pressed. Do we have another window signal that I don't know about? Signals about to pop. Close requested. Files dropped. Focus entered. Focus edited. Mouse entered. Mouse entered. Title change. Blah blah blah. No. So confirm should be it. So this is this. We hit save. And then Jack Diddly Squat happens. Close that out. Let's close and reopen tree editor. File, save, test, save. Nada. Confirm connected, file confirmed. Save me daddy. File mode, save file. Oh! File mode, file dialog. File mode, save file. Let's do this. Print. Debug, file, dialog. Oh, we're not on file mode. That's got to be it. Save. Okay, let's try closing, reopen the whole thing. Save, test, save. There we go. Save me daddy is called. Excellent. So now we know we can do save, and we'll do a load one too. File mode, load, dude, this thing busts. Open file. All right, so that's where our saving and loading is going to occur at. You know how to reduce dishwashing is by having everyone wash their own dishes once they finish eating. Interesting approach.
That's cool.
Bold.
Cool? Bold. Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Grumble. Afternoon, sir, and have a good stream. That sounds like somebody who has to go. Grumble! I just dropped some stuff. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Much love to everybody coming in here. We're working on a game where you cut down a tree right now. We're working on an editor for the tree. That's what we're working on. Welcome in. Grumble is working on a sweet game that might as well be released, but Grumble is a perfectionist and refuses to release a perfectly fine-looking game called Megabat. Here's the link on Steam. I'm gonna take a nap. Keep Cracker company. All right. Have a good one, Greg. Sleep well. Laundry, kids' laundry separately. Once dry, they fold and grab their own laundry. This is the attempted plan, Nathir. The other trick is to just not have hampers and use the put dirty laundry straight into the washing machine. And then once it's filled, you wash it. And then also when you use the dryer, then you put the clothes on top of the dryer and you fold it there. Boom. Never ever need anything. Now the trick with the problem with the clothes is the putting away. And one piece of advice somebody gave me, which is a rich person's piece of advice, I would say, just don't fold clothes and always hang them. But it's like, okay, dude, Mr. I have a million closets space. You don't separate colors? Dude, that's like a 1980s myth. You only really need to worry about that like on first time washes for certain clothes. No, all my clothes up are rolled into little tortillas. Since my son started doing that, I'm like, yeah, that's the way. He figured something out better than me. I'm like, I'll do that. Everything's rolled up like tortillas now. It's like little burritos, little closed burritos all over the place. I don't hang t-shirts, but I do have one of those t-shirt folding boards. Yeah. Yeah, I think those are like I have one too, but the burrito, the tortilla thing is just so fast. It's just taken over. Floor drobe. I think the plate thing that we figured out as far as dishes are concerned is just the removal of a lot of stuff. Like just removing utensils, removing plates, removing mugs, just so that there's less of everything. And then there's less to clean. Like you don't get a buildup because you have to wash the dishes. So that's been another sort of like thing that's helped a bunch. Yeah. Always fold your clothes right after you're dry. That's right, Nathir. We don't do that here. Not in this house. At least 2 days later. Folding clothes is like I'm getting it to a point where the kids are almost doing it every day. But it is like I'm asking them to drown a puppy. The response that I get when I try to get them to wash to fold their clothes. That I've asked for one of the most difficult things they've ever had to do in their lives. The Academy Award goes to I'll be right back. Believe it or not, that ramen wasn't enough. I'm still hungry. I'm going to find a snack. All right, guys. I want to show you a cookie I made. The cookie quality of the cookies I made yesterday. Medusa. How do we do this? There we go. So here's a cookie. Wow. We are the wrong color right now. I'm not going to mess with it. But you can see the quality of the cookie here. Come on. What is going on with the camera? Hang on. I got to fix this. Manual. Bump it down a little bit. But we're not auto express. Let's go over here. Function. Manual. Is that going to help? There we go. There's the cookie. Look at that. Look at those craters. Beautiful, beautiful. Look at the other side. That's a good bake. It's beautiful chocolate chip cookie here. Anyways, I get to enjoy this cookie. You guys don't. Ha ha! Dumbasses! Idiots! Sir, your cookie is glowing. I like that I'm just insulting you guys. So, I thought you loved us. Yeah, it's weird. It's from a company called I bought these ones. No, these are homemade. I bought these ones from a company called Chernobyl Farms. I don't know. It's pretty cool. They glow in the dark. Reminds me of The Simpsons. Okay, so serialization and deserialization will happen here. And what we need is a parameter called position, which is a vector 3 that is 0 if empty. My professor would be proud you didn't shorten position to pause. Even in like a for loop, what if it was a for loop? He wouldn't be in favor of like X? Like if you're going through a multi-dimensional array and you use like X and Y, to me that's like, okay, I get what's going on here. But yeah, the only time I would have an opinion about that is when I was working in a team. Sometimes a variable name's like robust variable name can be a bit much in terms of readability, but I would say especially if you're building like an API, that terseness is probably not favorable to accuracy. Okay, so we have the load now. And we have save. Taco. And if we're hitting save and we don't have a loaded file, then we're going to run save as. And actually, if we're always having file dialog open, can we get file path here already? Current path. So if okay, so if there is no current path, we fire save as. Okay. Okay. And otherwise, if we hit save, we don't need to pop up. And we instead stay file confirmed. So we're reusing some of the code that we've written here, like a smarty party pants. How does it have a path? Oh, yeah. It has a root subfolder.
Bruh.
Does not equal.
Bruh.
Nathir, what's up? ISC for increasing energy.
Bruh.
My chat is becoming going down
Bruh.
going down any the crazy man.
So you're just an old hacker like me, but disguised as an idiot.
Yep. That's me. There we go. Save as. Save.
Bruh.
Extension file name.
Bruh.
Save. So now we do taco. Save. I'm going to hit save again. And we're now...
So you're just an old hacker like me, but disguised as an idiot.
Bruh.
What is going on here? I paused the stream and what do I... Guess I'll open the blinds and get some vitamins in the air. Start coding maybe. Today feels like a good coding day. Do it! Donald, what's up? Ba-doop doop boop. Doop doop boop. Green Acres, we are there. Boop, boop. Bro, why are my print statements not firing? Oh, they're filtered. I accidentally hit the filter button. This whole time I've been losing my mind. Oops, we opened the wrong thing. Pretend like I didn't open that, guys. Dude, Godot. Editing tool scripts in Godot, man. It just crashes all the time. Oops. All right, we got it. Okay, looking good. Yeah, the vaccine thing's a bummer. I've never met anyone named Wilma. I know it's a very grandma name. What the Flintstones was an homage to the Honeymooners, right? What was the name of the couples on the Honeymooners? Alice and Trixie. Is it current file if we clear out current file? I think that's what we do. Taco. And then it clears out. Okay, good. We're looking good. Does that mean we can just do this? Yes. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. More ramen. I'm a ramen monster. These noodles are so much better. The other one was your classic, like, you know, buck 25 ramen. This stuff is so good, though. 39 cents. Yeah. Whatever it was. Got some egg in this one. Mixing it up. Here's what we're looking like. So we got like some really good. These chopsticks are slippery. Look at that. Hell yeah. I don't know why she gave me chopsticks. I'll eat it with chopsticks just to be all fancy. It's so cold today, so I ordered Thai curry to melt my face off. Gotta sweat the heat. Wilma! Dude, the Flintstones movie is so weird, the live action one. It's like, oh, let's take this kids movie and you know what we should do? We should inject a ton of sex appeal into this movie meant for children. And have it be about a woman trying to break up a marriage and then sexually manipulate him into signing contracts. And let's make it about corporate. Something about a corporate, something going on in a workplace that's real over kids' heads. That'll be good. My bowl's bigger than your head. Did you notice Halle Berry's feet are always clean? You're a foot person, Lunesta. I didn't know this. I did not. Is it Haley or Hallie? Medusa, ready with the emotes.
Shut up and take my money.
Gifted sub to Lunesta. 69 gifted subs. Nice. Nice. You can always find feet people. They tell on themselves. Isn't Lunesta a sleepy med? Lunesta is something about calming down, right? Yeah, it is sleepy. I just, the whole foot in the mouth thing, I don't understand. Like, that's, I don't know. But I'm not going to kink shame. Fucking freak. Oh, sorry, what? I'm kidding, Lunesta. I'm kidding. Just the toes. Okay. I only opened my mouth the change feet. What? To Bob? To change feet. Okay. What? I still don't understand. Feet to me are gross and they're less useful than hands. I think we're all having guys, let's restart here, okay? Let's get away from the feet. So these are sticky noodles. It's a UK phrase, meaning no matter what I say, it's always wrong. I get it. I like a girl with big hands. Okay, now Lunesta is in full-on troll mode. How do I take a sub back? The first refunded gifted sub ever. That's one of the reasons why I don't have a tip thing. Because people will use those to bankrupt a streamer, basically. Because you can, I forget what the deal is, but on those tipping services, you can like tip a ridiculous amount and then like take it back or something. I don't know. There's some weird thing you can do to scam, basically like scam people. I forget how it works. Yeah, I've heard about that. That's PayPal. Yeah. Some streamers have been cautious. Yeah. I won't celebrate too early. Yeah, it's not just that you spend the money and then they refund it and now you owe the money. It's something worse than that. Oh, that's right. You have to pay for the refund. So you don't get the money and then you pay money for the refund. And so it ends up costing you a ton of money, even though you didn't get any up. Yeah, it's a little bit feels intentional. It's all digital anyways, and suddenly you're paying for, it just doesn't even, no human involved, and suddenly it's costing money. Like, really? Really? Okay. I don't have PayPal. Good luck with that. Oh, the ramen? Let me go get the box. It's I want to say it's like Thai. Let me see. It's in a box, so that's how you know it's really good. It's called Meteor Noodle. Asha? This is what it looks like in the thingy. Should I do the TikTok thing? Hang on. Let me do the TikTok thing. So today I'm doing these Asha Meteor noodles. I'm so scared right now. I'm so scared. Right? And then you gotta oh god, guys, I don't know why I'm so scared. Right? And then you go and you eat it, nom, 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 and then you go, oh my god. Oh, it's so good. Oh, I've never tasted food this good before. Oh! Right? That's how you do it on TikTok. Oh my god! Mariana, how you doing? Oh, it's so good. Is there any way we can put all the buttons on the same row? I wonder. I guess I could group them. I literally have a piece of cardboard as a coaster on my desk. Dude, better than paying like $30 for a coaster and then breaking it in a year. Today's Thursday, huh? Good God, these are good. That's the TikTok thing. Oh my God, guys, I'm so scared. It's Friday. No, it isn't. God damn it, you're right. Fuck you. Everyone boo this man. Boo him. All right, so what unique attributes do we need to save?
Fartality.
For any of this stuff. We need to save the length and the width, the position, Okay, getting there. So then we iterate. We need a list of all the lumber. And the lumber, weirdly, the way this all has to work is they're not childed with anything. So all we need is a list of lumber. We just need an array of lumber. Now, the lumber itself does need this information here, the length and the width here for us to be able to grab. We just iterate on that. So we have an array of lumber. And for now, I think that's it. So then we iterate on that array. And actually, even better, since we're inside the Godot editor world, we can use a resource. Huzzah! So let's do that. So we're going to say... And let's just call the resource tree. So we need two files here. Script, resource. And I always do this, prepend the name of the resource file with resource. Or do I say tree and then resource? That's right. No, I do resource first. That way in the resource list, it shows up, the ones that I've created are all together. And I'm not accidentally, if I have something called tree, I'm not getting confused about what it is I opened. And tree is going to have an array of resource. No, it's just tree. And this is incredibly simple here. Export var lumber array lumber. Now, I don't know if this is going to work. We'll keep going on it. We're going to keep going on it. Now, back to the tree editor here. We're going to say var tree resource is a tree resource. Or resource tree. Tree. Do I put resource first? I don't even remember now. I'm having a stroke. I feel like this is what I would do. Yeah. Oh, God, Lunesta. We would do, we would strip the magnetic tags off the CDs, not to steal the CDs, but to cause just pure havoc. Absolute chaos. Yeah, put them on the trash can next to the exit doors. And then on the we put them on the shopping carts too. Do you remember that? So we would put them underneath the metal on the shopping carts. And then we would just watch our prey as they would check out and then go up to the thing and have the alarm go off. Oh, God. Yeah, no, because it's going to happen to us one day, dude. Oh, we're gonna be able. We won't even know that we're being. See, that's the kind of thing where it's like, oh, that's an okay prank. I don't understand this TikTok pranking shit where you're just a fucking prick to people. Like I don't get that at all. But like, you know, kids with nothing better to do, dude. Yeah, for sure, 100%, 100%. We went to Walmart for so much entertainment. So much entertainment. Do you remember that? I forget the names of the guys that made it, but they made that video in Staples that was Doom. They superimposed the Doom gun, and then they made a video where they were going through Staples and shooting. Like they'd have their friends like fall over dead, and then they timed a session of Doom basically with a gun and just like started shooting. That was pre-Columbine. Couldn't do that now. Yeah, it was video production. Yeah. And then I think the same guys, I think a couple of them are in Hollywood now, like legit. I think 2 of those guys are in Hollywood doing stuff now. But I remember they took just the blue sky and then matted it with the Star Wars like Star Destroyer flying overhead, which was really cool too. Such an easy thing to do, but really effective. Did we make a spoof of Forrest Gump versus Aliens? So that ties into my story. Lunesta, you weren't here for it. But we made that like weird like it was like inspired by that found footage thing that was the Blair Witch thing. We made like a Blair Witch video. And I don't know how much of this you know, but somehow when we were sharing it with the video production guys and all that, some guy found out about it and offered for me to film some kids show with him. I was talking about this with the chat a long time ago, and me and Brandon and I went to this guy to go film for him his kids show, and we got dropped off by his dad, and then he wanted to see the tape, so we brought that tape, and he ended up stealing it from us, basically never giving it back. We went to his place, and it just felt like, because we had to walk the rest of the way there because his dad dropped us off. We went to this guy's place, and it was like, he's going to diddle our drumsticks, isn't he? Because it was like getting really weird. And we realized we walked here. I don't think we had like reception or maybe even cell phones at the time. And it was like, we're going to get diddled. Like we were both like, uh-oh. And then he gave us 2 cameras that were like these television old studio cameras from like the 80s. And they used beta, or they used the big ass, not beta, but some big ass tape size. And so he's like, yeah, you know, I'm working on this kids show and everything. And, you know, I just want some B-roll for like this video, this music that's going to be playing on this segment. And I thought what I would do is I just go out and just chainsaw this tree up, and you guys could just record me chainsawing it. And then we'll edit it together into something. We were like, okay. And we get out there, and the first thing he does is he takes his fucking shirt off. And we're like, this guy is going to diddle our drumsticks. Like, we're going to get diddled here. This is getting fucking weird. And so we're both like recording him, and we're like, me and Brandon are like looking at each other and sending telepathic signals of like, whenever you're ready to run, dude. Like it was basically like, and I can take him, like I'll always be behind him. So like we can jump him if we need to. Because we were basically like, we got to get the fuck out of here. So we ended up like recording him. He was going to pay money and he never did. and we just got the hell out of there. And he kept the that recording we made at whose house? We were at Justin's house, something like that. I forget. Nick, was it the Stackhouses? Were we there? Anyways, I forget where we. No. We were at Ryan's house, I think, when we made that weird video. We were at somebody's house we never go to, and God, where was that? All right, boys, let's get naked. Yeah, that was very strange. I was so happy to use that camera, though. I was super excited about that camera because it was like a television grade camera, and it was amazing. The quality and the zoom and everything, I'd never had anything that good. And like being able to like do everything was like mechanical for like exposure and stuff. It wasn't I didn't have to find like a digital menu and do anything. I could just change things. It was so cool. And it had, the viewfinder was what the lens was seeing, if I recall. So it was just like, it was like shooting with a SLR. It was really cool. But anyways, yeah, almost got diddled. That was a little weird. Yeah, he fucking takes his shirt off. We're both like, this is for a kid's show? Oh, when the shirt came off, that was, and then we're just out there with this guy with his shirt off who's like, 20 years our senior or whatever. And he's just like, and we're just like, yeah, this is for kids. This is great. I think it was just meant to be like, oh, music is playing, and it's like, oh, this is how, trees are cut down or something. I mean, for boys, they love watching, like, young boys, like 3-year-olds and stuff. You just show them earth moving equipment, and they're set. They're just like, when my son, when he was young, I would always walk around the neighborhood because there's always construction going on, and we'd just watch the, like, as he called them, the beep beeps. Is the art it's all coming. I start having flashbacks, like mid-development. I just start bursting into tears and crying. It's therapeutic. Oh my God. Could you imagine? Okay, so from lumber is important because we need to know what we're connecting to if we're going to add lumber. So instead of tree resource just being a tree resource with an array of lumber, it needs to be a little bit more involved than that. So let's do a dictionary of lumber. And then the the lookup value will just be another array. I don't know. And then, because we need the neighbor. Just lumber, dictionary of lumber. This is fucking stupid. Resource tree. Lumber piece. This isn't going to work. It has to be an array. And we can't specify the type because we can't do subtypes yet in Godot. So from lumber, we need an easy way to remove this too. It is wild though back then, just with like cell phones and everything, how you'd get into a situation and be like, oh man, this total stranger could kill me right now and no one would ever know what happened to me. Like that would have you be in this situation where you're just like really vulnerable. And it doesn't feel as much that way anymore just because of the proliferation of cell phones and cameras and stuff like that. Known export is only supported for NOR-derived classes, but the current class inherits resources. That's right. So I can't save. Okay. That's right. Okay. Well, then we'll just make our own lumber resource. That's fine. It's an array of resource lumber. Resource lumber is going to have some exports for us here. Vector 3 for position. So var position. Vector 3. Length. Which is a float. Width. Which is a float. And then we need an array of neighbors. Neighbors. Do we do an array? Sure. And this is an array of resource lumber. It's Goes on and on and on and on forever and ever. Amen. Forever and ever, you'll stay in my heart. Do 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 do. Have you heard of Cary Stayner, Yosemite serial killer? He was a friend of my wife's family. What? Dude, do you go down those YouTube rabbit holes of like people just narrating awful things like that? $99. All you need is a cadaver dog at the checkpoints, and you would catch him, right? Unless he hiked in a different way. She told me this story where he was walking back home from being out in the river, old dirt trail with no one around. He pops up, offers her a ride home. That could have been the end of her. Yeah, dude. Fuck. That's the thing, you know, they ask questions or something and you say the wrong thing and you're next. Like you can't even parse their mind and how their brain works. Some of them, it's just like wrong skin color, wrong hair color. You look like their mom. It doesn't, you know, it's something weird. Kind of like cops. Frankly, I think serial killers have a lot in common with bad cops. 100%. And it's interesting, yeah. Jesus Christ. Guys, I have stayed away from the channels that I unsubbed from them and everything with the whole, you know, cop thing. And you'll notice my rants have died down, you know. But there was one thing that happened recently, and it bubbled up onto my stuff, and I still can't believe it. Yeah, these guys, and of course they investigated themselves and found nothing wrong. But it was a dad outside of a bank in his 60s or 70s, and he was having a case of dementia. He was in and out of, like, you know, sometimes being coherent and knowing where he was, and this particular incident he didn't. And so the security there called the police, and the police showed up. And the police called his daughter. We're like, hey, your dad's here, and he doesn't know where he is, and he thinks it's 1940, and that the president is George Washington. You know, he's clearly like having an episode, and they wanted to take him in for medical attention, but they needed her to sign a release. So as the minute she signs the release, they instantly arrest him, and then they throw him into a cell, strap him down onto a chair that's only meant to be for people that are like being crazy, and it's only meant for 2 hours. Strap him into that chair, put a mask over his head, leave him there for 9 hours, and he dies. And it's fucking disgusting. Nothing's happened to any of them, but no medical attention whatsoever. They didn't do anything to check, like to actually treat him. Let me see if I can find it. It's disgusting. Yeah. 9 hours in a chair restraint, treated like a fucking terrorist. The video is disgusting. That's the really sick thing too, is not only are there bad cops, but it really seems like in the local prisons or the local jail, it's really the local jails that it's like, those can be some really fucked up conditions depending on where you live. And the jailers and stuff can be some really sick psychos. And the most that the police chief could say about it was that at one point, one of the guards sticks a middle finger up at the camera that's recording everything. And that's the one thing he scorned, but everything else he said was fine. Anyways, he was a retired pastor in the community. And, you know, the other sick thing that these cops will do, I'm sorry, I'm going to go on that rant. But when they're arresting, like if there's children present and then they're doing their whole fucked up lying about why they're arresting someone, and then they'll call like the wife or the significant other of the individual, and they'll just lie to that significant other about what happened. You know, oh, you know, he really fucked up and blah, 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 blah. And it's all the cops just losing their mind in that moment. But they'll call them and just fucking gaslight the significant other about what happened. If you ever get a call from the police about your SO being arrested, don't believe anything they tell you. They are lying to you. It's so fucked up what they do, but I guarantee you they're fudging something. But anyways. If you want to see the kind of the breakdown of it, it's really disgusting. There it is. No, I was just saying I normally don't. I unfollowed all these channels and everything, and this one just bubbled up on my stream from some other source. And I was commenting how I haven't talked about it in a long time. But I think if you're living in the United States and you aren't saying something about the police state that is growing and stuff, you've got the wool pulled over your eyes and you're fucking kind of stupid. I'm going to be honest. Like, now there's good towns and there's good precincts and all that stuff, but they do not prune the bad apples. It's very rare. So we should always maintain vigilance and be vocal and never believe them. I'm sorry, but it's true. It sucks. It sucks to realize it too, you know, when you didn't, and then you do. And oftentimes the people that are hardcore defenders of this stuff, and they only, again, it's always when they become the victim that they're suddenly like, oh my God. It's like, yeah, it's too bad you constantly finding reasons to defend this horrible shit. And then when it happens to you, suddenly it's bad. Okay. Anyways. Oh, I can't believe. Oh, really? We were trying to tell you. Well, I don't know. It's all right. Back to work. So now we have resource lumber, position, length, width. I think that's all we need. So then when we do all of this stuff, length is default, blah, blah, blah. And here we go. We have length and width. Now these are set by those parameters when we first go and add it. Add lumber. So we're taking these. Can we say, we can't say null, right? No, it's a float. It has to have a value. How do we... I think we need something... Okay, we need something that is from a load. So if we go like this... Add lumber from load. From resource. Okay. So then we have all this. And then when we call this, we don't have a from. Ugh, this is going to suck to figure out. We'll get it. We do have length and width, so then we say length. And these need to be... Guess we'll do local length equals length. Width equals width. Okay. And then we have position, so then we can do position here. So we'll say at position. I think the thing that people forget about this shit is just because you're a cop doesn't suddenly mean you're this prestigious individual who has all this decorum and self and respect for the execution of law, not only the rule of law or all that other bullshit. And that somehow by just having a badge, you now deserve respect. It's earned. And right now, with the current state of things, that shit has to be earned. It's given. It's like you do not get it. You got to fucking earn it. Cuz like right now I think with suspicion, every interaction with law enforcement, these guys will sell you out in a fucking second, especially if it means their job. They're just working a job. They could have been working on a fucking AM PM or some other place, but instead they're a cop. Doesn't make them any different than you. Except for one thing. It's qualified immunity. The ability to have any recourse for their illegal action is shrinking and diminishing. And it sucks. And they'll always tell you ignorance of the law is no excuse, but the first thing they'll say is, well, we're allowed to not know all the laws, so we didn't know that was illegal or wasn't illegal when we arrested that individual. Or the way the thing that we did, it's always like, well, we didn't know. And then suddenly like, oh, okay. Well, you're a cop, so that's okay. But then if you're just a civilian, it's like, well, fuck you. You're supposed to know everything. And just because you don't know doesn't mean you're not going to be arrested for it. And it's like, oh, okay. My daily dose of chainsaw and trees. LeGinger, how's it going? I was reading this post yesterday. It was in regards to landlords. But it hit the same concept. Yeah. Yes. A lot of scum do that. AI cops and AI decisions, we should, as much as possible, absolutely be against artificial intelligence in the government. All for it in the public space, in the private sector, as it were, but not in public.
Shut up and take my money.
AI should not be used in law enforcement as much as possible. We should fight against it, and the same, especially in the application of law. It should stay out of our legal system as much as possible. Everyone should play Deus Ex. Yeah. But I mean, the number of times cops can't fucking read a license plate correctly or get the wrong address when they're doing a warrant. It's disturbing. And AI is only going to assist in those kinds of large-scale errors. They're dumb, just as dumb as we are. There's nothing special about them. And the difference is that they can shoot and kill. They are the physical embodiment of the force of law. No to AI cops, no to human cops? No. I'm not saying no to human cops. You're misunderstanding me. Dog cops. We have a disturbing, in the States, we have a disturbing pipeline of the military weaponry being passed on to civilian policing. That shit should stop. Accountability needs to be something that exists. Qualified immunity absolutely should be questioned and reassessed. And the concepts, the thing where they basically just steal people's money now and never give it back because they can charge the money with a crime and the money has to defend itself. Asset forfeiture, right? That shit needs to stop too, 100%, full stop. These are the easy things that you can point to and say, this is wrong and it's not working right. But I mean, man, I could go on and on. And it's funny. I'm going to get a little controversial with this recent thing where they shot that lady in the car. Police use their vehicles as fucking human meat splatter machines all the time. It's just a thing that they do. Anyways. Man, even the use of police drugs, all this because we can't cut trees for it. The use of police, the use of the open air test, as they call it. That's another thing that needs to fucking go. The stall for a dog to smell the car bullshit. That all has to go. I smell something. That shit needs to go. Like, a lot of that stuff is just nonsense, fucking bullshit lies to just squeeze the Fourth Amendment into nothingness. So this non-empirical thing of smell, but then instead of using a breathalyzer, it's a subjective test, for instance, for DUIs, right? And more, it's becoming obvious that the DUI arrests are starting to become a way of inflating numbers and bolstering revenue. And the other thing that really needs to be stopped is this connection between towing companies and the police officers in certain areas where they get a cut. They're incentivized to arrest so that they can tow the vehicle and impound it. That shit has to stop. These are like the obvious things. You have to look at it from a perspective of, if we do these things, what will a corrupt person do with this power? That's what I'm saying about cops. Because anything that you set up in a system where corruption can tailor around it and abuse it, it needs to be not a part of that system. So on top of this, I would advocate for the reduction in scope of laws in general. Because everything's fucking illegal now. Like just doing, like in a lot of places in the States, just walking can be illegal. It's wild. Anyways. So that's what I'm talking about, Sorrow. I'm not saying get rid of police. I think having a law enforcement isn't a really important thing. But I think calling a spade is also very important, especially when it comes to force of law. We are endowing these people with the ability to use force to execute on these things. The overabundance, the straight rapid acceleration of violence by police officers also is really disturbing in a lot of areas. Depends on the area, depends on the training. But the little amount of time they'll give people before you're fucking getting body slammed on the ground and the rest of your life is now completely different because they just want to be, they're fucking roided up assholes ready to just body slam a 70-year-old on the ground because they didn't understand what they were saying or they didn't follow their orders immediately. And it had nothing to do with their safety, just that they could use the force. They did. That's the kind of shit where it's just like, this is the stuff. It's got to stop. We have to be sick of it. Enough's enough. Like, it's all just. Not sure how you unmentally memorize something. I used to say incomprehensible. Anyways. So. Everyone's fine. I find on the political spectrum, most people are fine with the use of force on somebody if they disagree with the individual. Like there was a video of a kid getting body slammed at a gym because he was doing something and everyone was like cheering it on. And it's like, all I could think is shudder and it makes me sad. But it's like, oh, we've all seen that asshole and we don't like him. So yay for them. And the same thing on the right, if it's some like tree hugging person that gets their comeuppance supposedly, and there's a huge escalation of force and their fucking teeth are on the floor now, they cheer it. It's disgusting. It's disgusting from either side when that kind of shit goes on. I don't agree with violence of any form, but that could be because I'm not saying. Okay, so again, I'm not saying that the application of violence is not necessary in certain situations. What I'm saying is that our police in particular go straight to violence way too often, and we're getting way too comfortable with it. I understand the necessity of it in certain situations. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Good. You gonna get in trouble for Mama?
Can I just give him a little bit?
Your thumb is dirty. Is that nail polish? Oh, looks like Gemma put something on you. Huh?
No, Mama put that on me.
Mama put that on you?
Yes.
Looks really cool.
sip, I just.
Here, just a little sip. Here, they're basically useless in any form. Yeah. No, I think there's a balance for sure. I think that there's like the health of a community. I think that I think there's a real illness here. Here they would walk up to a criminal and say, "You okay, Gus? You want to ride? Are you okay?" Yeah. No, and we have some problems with that here in the States too, where there's like, because certain areas will be like, we're not going to prosecute. The district attorneys in certain areas are like, we're never going to prosecute this, and so they'll get arrested and then they'll get released, and they'll get arrested and then they'll get released, and so that can be a problem too. Selective enforcement. Selective enforcement starts with the officer and then moves on from that. But I don't know. They're about to inject $16 billion more into the economy to help fucking inflate everything again. Dollars becoming more and more worthless. Both, and it doesn't matter. It's not a Republican or a Democrat thing. The economy is a tool for getting elected. A good economy, a bad economy, it's all useful. It's just it's a weapon to beat us against the head so that we vote for the other guy. I don't know. Congress is supposed to be responsible for issuing some new money. That's not the case anymore. They abstain from having any responsibility in the printing of money. Executive branch continues to just grow in its power, and we keep wondering how we could end up with somebody like Trump when we do it from both sides of the aisle. How could stacking like the Supreme Court be a bad thing if it's us doing it? How could that be a bad thing if we did it? How could redistricting be a bad thing if we do it? We're the good guys. My dad passed away. I'm going through a divorce. Moved into my own apartment. ICE is in my city. I've just been shut down. I understand. Yeah. Can't be responsible for 8 billion people. Yeah, I get it. I mean, the only thing we can do is, I really truly believe this, in terms of like affecting change, the only thing you can do is in your local community. On the federal level, we've lost complete control of our government. That's how I feel about it. And the only thing you can do is try and push change back in your local community. But in some situations, that's a really dangerous ask of people, depending on where they live and what they're trying to achieve. If he can change and I can change, then we can all change. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of hopeful that the utility of the internet is going to become almost complete garbage. I'm hopeful that might help. But we'll see. We're gonna lose. I just finished one of my rants. It's been a while, guys. I haven't dived into one of those rants in a while. Internet is going old fashioned with the small blogs will return. Yes. My real concern is deplatforming, even on a small scale, is completely possible. Control of DNS in particular is the disturbing outcome, likely. The inability to register domain names and self-host in terms of silencing political dissidents is a strong probability. I don't know. It does suck. I guess the thing for me is it sucks when you can see it coming and you're like Wayne Gretzky and you know where the puck is headed and you don't want to believe it. And then in 10 years, you see that it reached where you thought it was going and you're just like, fuck. And then you think about where it's going to go next and you're like, fuck. We need voice mods, by the way, because we're getting our image stolen for IRL use. If DNS, if Google puts you on the third. Yeah, I think that the power of search engines as a way of getting exposed is under, especially now with the AI search results. I'm using it more and more now, frankly. And I think that the idea of a website being a powerful tool of communication is almost next to nearly to zero now. I mean, I constantly would tell people, because they'd be like, hey, could you make a website for me? And I'd be like, what do you think you need a website? Like, what about it is that you're doing that you think you need a website for? Because oftentimes it was like, no, you just need a presence on these platforms because they're never going to leave those platforms. You cannot get them to leave these platforms. They're trapped in these worlds with Facebook and Twitter and all this stuff. They'll never leave those sites. They're not going to favorite your website and load it up in their browser whenever they feel like going somewhere. Like that's just not how it works anymore. No, getting a website to get any real human being interaction is such a big ask now. It's a complete like waste of time. I don't know. That's the thing about like the whole like maybe we'll end up with more and more that this is like a valid interaction with a human in some way. I don't know. It's weird that when you think of something like the newspaper and it really hasn't had any advanced changes save for color, which I'm sure if you go all the way back to the past of the printing press, there's always been color in paper, just not to the degree that we could do it now with like USA Today or some bullshit like that, right? But the newspapers remained the same thing for so long. But if you think about the internet is this like dynamic thing that throughout each decade has taken on a different version of itself. The protocols remain the same, but the experience and what it means to say internet is different for every decade. And that's really interesting. But it's also interesting to have this thing that's so amazing turn into just complete garbage. But it is what you make of it too at the same time. I was thinking about this. I'm going to set up different doesn't mean good. Exactly. Yeah. Are melted with the current dude. And I'm sure this is a global experience, but everyone starts talking about the same things all the time. I'm doing it right now. And we're just like, we're like one giant college experiment thing where we're just like being fed the same things, and we all are in sync with each other with what we're going to be caring about and talking about in that particular moment. And I don't think that's a good thing. Yeah. But you can tailor it. I was thinking about this. What I was going to do, I've got a TV that's busted. It's this big 50-inch TV, and it's got a big black line in the middle of it. And I saw this video of this guy who took a bunch of picture frames and framed up, made a big picture frame thing around the TV with all these different picture frames, and then connected a computer to it and had a bunch of videos and photos dynamically changing on each of the picture frames, right? And I was like, I'm going to do that with it. But then I started thinking about it more, and I'm like, you know what? We can have our calendar on there. And then I started thinking about it even more, and I'm like, you know what I'll do? One of those things is going to be just a curated list of RSS, which is a dying medium that desperately, it's so fucking awful that it's just like not even implemented in a lot of places anymore. But starting to do like an RSS news scroll thing that's just like the feeds of places like NASA and things that I think would be fun for the kids to be able to see and interact with and or look at. And something like that would be really cool. I think the other major thing that changed about the internet was the move from always on. The slow, like high-speed internet was one thing, because you still had to, with intent, go to your computer. Wireless and always on. I think the old days on dial-up of going on with intent and sort of mentally planning out what you were going to do when you connected was incredibly healthy. But I think the always on thing might be a bad thing. I wonder, maybe is a good way to do it is to say that the internet in my house is on between these times and then it's off for the rest. Is that a better way to handle this stuff? So that it's like, well, now is the time you can go on the internet, but otherwise it's not on. Is that like a good thing? Maybe I should do that. Feels like a possible thing. I don't know. But off time's not even a consideration. And even if you did something like that, it's like, okay, I'll just switch to the internet on my phone. So even if you tried to do something like that in your own household, if you have teenagers or something like that, they're just going to get around it anyways. So, if they understand DNS. Yeah, planning, because 10 minutes on the dial-up internet were $5 or so. Yeah, you really had to think about it. It was like, okay, I'm going to go here. I got to download these docs. I'm going to look up this stuff here. I'm going to get these images from here. I'm going to do this and that. And it tied up your phone. So it was like, it was like this trade-off. Sorry for the distraction. Back to work. Okay, so we're trying to do this add lumber from resource thing. So once we save the lumber into our resource tree, our tree resource, which we need to set this up. So it's going to become lumber piece instead of a dictionary. We'll go back to the array. And it's going to be an array of resource lumber. And then each resource lumber is going to have the following. And so we need to, when we create the lumber and we adjust anything about the lumber, we need to update these values here in resource lumber, which is in the array of lumber piece in Trina, in the tree thing. So I guess what I'll do for now is we'll just say tree resource. And I can't wait till I have a number 50 tree, and it'll be tree 50. I'll be really excited when that happens. Tree Fitty. All right. We're going to pins. We're going to create a new lumber resource. So var resource lumber. Resource lumber. And I guess I can do this. I don't do this enough. I don't know why. I'm not a fan of it. The colon equals. There even was the website that you could use to download something from other websites. It was working really fast compared to the websites I wanted to download stuff from. Yeah, you remember download accelerators as well? Even back on dial-up, sometimes you would go to download something and it would be crazy slow. So you download a download accelerator. It's going all right. It's going all right, Obsidian. How are you doing? I'm hanging in. Nice. You haven't seen my pug, right, Obsidian? I knew you used to have one. Rest in peace. But you haven't seen my little puggy. I gotta show him sometime. He's insane. Dude's a wild animal. I remember something that would download stuff with the availability to resume from a certain point. Yeah, it depended on the support from like Apache or whatever. You needed certain headers or something on the HTTP requests in order to resume. Pugs are. He's insane though. He has so much energy. He is just a like. He's a fusion reactor. He has zero chill. Zero chill. Let me see if I can get him really quick. I'll go get him. The snorting. Yeah, I can't get him right now because my family's taking a nap in the living room because they're like the grandparents in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory right now. They're super sick and everything. But they are, what was I going to say? But yeah, he's outside right now. Yeah. He's super like alert and like whenever I go outside with him, he's like, I'm going to guard you. He like goes in ahead of me, like very like, and they're all super buff, looking. So he's just like out there, like, I gotta make sure everyone's safe, even though he's this little tiny freak looking thing. He just looks like a weird thing. But he's like, I'm here to protect. Godot. Man, this is writing, tooling, and Godot is the pit sometimes, guys. Okay. So we add the base. We can still show and hide. This is working good. The joint is in the right spot. That's good. If we go here, we can add a branch. Now, it doesn't automatically extend a branch. So if we extend, it should be on the next piece up. And it should always have a shrinking amount on the length and the width. The length and the width should not be able to get larger than the previous one. You got any stories at your time at Carl's Jr.? I worked there when I worked in high school. Got a nice chunk of wood there. Oh, yeah. I remember reading that the Chinese, I think, used to use pugs as alarm dogs. Any small motion. Yes. And they scream. Yeah. No, he's the same way. At night, especially, he's just like, if there's any sounds, we have to separate Calvin and him because he just like, I don't know. It doesn't work with both of them together in the same room at night. But if he hears Calvin like get off the bed and go like thump on the ground, he's just like, he just goes insane. I wonder if they're good truffle dogs too, because of their snoot being so close to their face. They can really like get into and they really bury their nose into the ground. I bet they work as good truffle dogs. Stories at the times at Carl's Jr. I mean, the one that pops out to me was like my second week there. So they had the line, Carl's Jr. does flame broiled burgers. So what that means is you take your frozen beef out of the freezer and you slap it onto this conveyor belt. And it goes through the conveyor belt at a fixed time. When you put it in, it's going to come out 2 minutes and 13 seconds later, or where the hell it was. So it comes out of the conveyor belt, and then you're assembling the burger on the line, right? And so a big rush comes. You're just slapping beef onto the conveyor belt because you're going to need it, and it's got to slowly come down. Anyways, over the line is a microwave. The microwave is for doing the bacon, and they would just microwave the bacon. You're getting quality. But they would microwave the bacon for things. And so they had like a special tray that the bacon would be on and stuff. And so the manager, the manager of the store was, hurry, just constantly yelling about hurrying and stuff. And so, we're going, and she's going to grab the bacon, and the grease from the microwave comes pouring down on my arm, and it was all along right here, and I got this, it just poured alongside me, and I got this huge, burn, and I get 15 minutes off. Also, you're working under like lights and heating elements and stuff like that. And then it was basically like, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anyone, because we can't. She gets some spiffs as a manager because if they don't have any reported injuries or whatever. And so she's basically like, don't tell anybody. And I went back to work in the heat and everything with this burn. And for a long time after that, it slowly went away. But for a long time after that, if I was anywhere near heat, this part of my arm would always feel it more than the rest of my body. And eventually the scar went away somehow. I don't even understand that. But for a long time, I just had a big ass scar on my arm from it.
Well,
let me see here.
hello, my name is Loka and I'm a special pug. I live in Belfast, Ireland, and my favourite thing's a hug. I love to eat roast chicken, and my friends say I'm good fun. But the one thing that I cannot do is I can't feckin' run. I'm bouncing, flouncing, falling all around the show. Rolling, bowling, I just can't get it right. Skipping, hopping, tripping up and flopping. I just can't get the hang of it, though trying as I might. I've got a brother Alfie, a little pug like me. Me mum says he's a lapdog and he's never off her knee. He runs just like a bullet that's been fired from a gun. And he's tried his best to teach me, but I still can't feckin' run. I'm bouncing, flouncing, falling all around the show. Rolling, bowling, at running, I'm a flop. I've tried me best, I never rest to run a mile's me final quest. But once I do get going, then I cannot feckin' stop. I've another sister Lucy, a laid-back dog is she. I love to cuddle up to her and she cuddles up to me. She's pretty good at running and she'd sure do you no harm. Unless you try to take her stick, then she'll rip off your arm. I'm bouncing, flouncing, falling all around the show. Rolling, bowling, at running, I'm a dud. It seems unfair, it must be where in truth I really wouldn't care. The others keep on running while I'm stuck here in the mud. Now me final sister's Layla, a pedigree is she. She won a puppy training prize in 2003. But she can run like Billy-O, flies up and down the hill. If I tried that, I'd fall quite flat myself, I'd surely kill. So I'm bouncing, flouncing, falling all around the show. Rolling, bowling, I think I'll just give up. It's not for me, it's plain to see, a runner I will never be. So I think I'll just accept me lot and be a walking pup. There's a moral to this story, for happy still am I. Just because I cannot run, no reason for to cry. I love me life, I love me house, and I love me family. And the thing that makes it all okay, my family loves me.
Aww. That's sweet. Yeah, they say we don't deserve dogs. It's 100% true. Let me try adding...
What the dog doing?
What is the dog doing? What is the editor test? I always forget. Is editor? Is it OS? Engine. See, that's as far as agentic AI, I wouldn't mind being able to just have it, I can press a button, it can know what I'm doing on the screen, and I can just be like, hey, what's the thing that blah, 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 and it just sort of like answers, That'd be kind of cool. I'd be okay with that. Okay, so we're not stuck together. So the joint, it's because we're running, yeah. So because we're running the instance, let's check the joints. Yeah, see, we're looking at, right. Okay. Yep. Okay, so it's proper for the editor, but it's not for the instance that runs. So at runtime, if we're going to use this to like look at the tree, it's kind of cool how it falls though. Blah, 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 blah. We need to go through and connect the joints. Okay. Thanks for sharing that video. It's always nice when somebody shares something and it's not like I feel like I have to have my finger on the close button. If you know what I mean. It's way too early, Mom. The amount of power required to run is ridiculous. We doing gene splicing now? Yeah, I one of the nihilistic fighting against the nihilism of AI arguments that I always give is the efficiency of power for the neural network in our own brain versus what is required for AI to do what it does. There's no comparison. Our brains are super efficient. And so it can seem like the world is ending, but if you think about how much is needed for that to happen, it's kind of wild compared to what our little brain nodes are capable of. Low watt brain versus terawatt data center. Yeah. AI is like a million ultra-focused savants thinking at the same time. They have the same problem as savants as well. They may be smart, but there's kind of this idiocy involved in it as well. Just like how a really smart person might not think to look both ways when they're crossing the street. If I recall, for instance, MP3 compression was invented years before the first MP3 went public. Too slow for compression. Yeah, I was reading a long time ago. I read the article about, or the Wikipedia entry for MP3, because it's kind of fascinating. They tested it all on that doot 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 doot. They used that song because it had the range of sound that was good to test differences in the changes in the compression algorithm. Yeah, it was 91, and it definitely wasn't prevalent until I mean, it had to be like 97, 98 when it really started to take off, when everything caught up to it. Spencer's out of Xbox. Jesus. First they get rid of, Sony gets rid of, what was it, Blue something, and now Spencer's out. Jesus. Do you have a link, Colt? I mean, that was a long time coming. Unfortunately, he's the face of a lot of bad decisions. Phil Spencer is on the, if you look on the disc of Rise of Nations, you'll see a very young Phil Spencer when he worked at Microsoft Game Studios. Primus is the only band that has an official MP3 category because the devs like the band. What's the category? Is it just Primus? That's I would have performed as well as he has, probably. I think it's Primus. That's great. It's always fascinating to me, those little nuggets of suggestion. This particular creation of something happened to be the perfect combination for this purpose. To be fair, Microsoft's current profit requirements. Yeah, no, yeah, well, and that's what I'm saying is, I think that a lot of the poor decisions were ones he wasn't making. Like, I think there were ones that he was forced to make. Effective immediately. So he just fucking walked. So he either got the boot or he just said, enough is enough, I'm done. Man, India is slowly taking over American CEO positions. That's crazy. It's a coup. To be fair, let's see. Could also just be slow news. Oh, man. Yeah, AI is, unfortunately, I'm too poor to ingest any of these new models. I just can't afford to spend the money to find out I can't stand them in the first place, kind of thing. And every time I'll be honest, I'm not dedicating. It's the same with 3D printers. I always was like, 3D printers are amazing. And I never dedicated any of my headspace in like understanding or learning them. And only recently have we even gotten one, but I know that I would love it. And I own all of them. Damn, Chubob. I can hate them for you. Xbox to soon be renamed Cortana. 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 Claude Chat is decent for coding. You cannot use the CLI, but you can upload files and ask for changes. So you could theoretically, is there an API for doing that? Because you could create your own Claude's CLI, I guess, if you can still access the API for free. Once you burn the free credit, wait for 6 hours. To use the API, you need the paid version. I'm not a Luddite, but I'm just not diving into it. It reminds me of the early days of Linux. And as much as I loved having to rebuild my kernel all the time and watching it as it crashed my fucking machine, I just don't want to go through that. I'm too old. But I was in the early days of Linux. In the 2000 onward, And it's just like, I don't got time for this shit. So it's just, oh man. The tool features is not working. But I mean, there's people doing it. Greg's got a roommate who bought 15 Mac what are the Mac Minis? And he's got investors already in like 2 weeks because of something he made with that using Claw. I mean, it's a gold rush. It's very bubblish. It's very much like a gold rush. And the trick in a gold rush again is always to sell the pickaxes and the Levi jeans. But to let other people take all the other risks. The stable money is in selling people the dream. And the tints. And the land. What are the pickaxes of today's gold rush? I think the big rug pull that's going to happen with AI is using the platforms themselves. That they can see everything that you're using it for. They will figure out what's profitable and then take that away from you and then sell that. I think that's the play, ultimately. They're just like how Apple would conveniently suddenly change the rules of apps so that suddenly nobody could make a specific style of app and then they would release their version of it. I think that's the thing. I think that's the trick for these guys. They don't know what it is. They've been very open about it. OpenAI is always talking about AGI or whatever the hell it's called, right? But the truth is they really don't know, and I think they're just letting other people figure it out. And then when they figure it out, they're going to go, okay, then we're going to sell that. But I don't know. Are these guys actually making money? Like, I haven't checked their like, are they profitable? Or is this like a YouTube situation where we're going to be decades out until they actually start making money? Because I don't know the answer to. The most sick situation we could find ourselves in is a too big to fail moment where our government invests so much into AI that they have to continue to prop it up because how could it possibly fail? Government is losing money to keep these guys from running. Yeah. Money isn't real. Not when we can print $16 billion more on the fly like we did. And by print, I mean slowly inject it into the economy via lending in the banks on interest. And then suddenly in 5 years' time, we wonder why it's fucking $30 to get a combo at McDonald's, which is what's likely to happen again. We're turning our currency in the States. We're turning our currency into funny money. Might as well be paying things with fucking monopoly money at this point. I mean, it's gonna keep falling if we don't fucking man up and stop printing money to solve our problems. I mean, in the terms of not in a currency exchange sense, but in the what a dollar gets you sense. Inflation has this wonderful ability to make poor people poorer. It makes everyone poorer, but it makes the poor people even more poor. Right. If you have pensions, if it's a government pension, right, you're okay. We'll bankrupt entire states in the United States if we have to keep those government pensions going. The thoughts on Discord? I think Discord is the ultimate test of people who talk a big game and people who will just go along with what's going on. I think a lot of people are talking a lot of big game about leaving Discord. Okay. I don't know. I think that this whole ID thing is a growing trend that's not going to stop. And it's disgusting. The sick part about the Discord thing is that what's their solution if you don't show ID? It's to protect the children, right? The whole reason you need to show ID is to protect the children. What do they do to your account if you don't show ID? They put you in the kiddie room. Does that make any fucking sense? Am I crazy? Or is that actually helpful to the very groups of people that you're supposedly trying to protect those groups from? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's clearly nonsense. And nobody's going to care or change anything about it anyways. It doesn't make any sense, but they're just going to do it. And I think it's because they're going public and they want a good solid IPO. I think that is the rational answer. Yeah, you don't show ID and you get put into an open voice chat Roblox lobby. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Problem still lies in private DMs, and they're not changing anything there. Spying is too useful. It's too profitable a thing to stop doing. I don't know. I think that people talk a big game about leaving the country. Yeah, I'm going to leave this country if this happens. And it's like, okay. Right? We talk a big game about stuff like that. People talk a big game about leaving like a certain platform or stuff like that. It's hard to do. I mean, I remember I left Facebook when it was the election year when Trump was elected. And I was just like, I was already at the time. No, it was before that, actually. It was way before that. It was a couple of years before that because I was already seeing like the quote unquote fake news thing happening where this weird proliferation of just bullshit websites to get people riled up and everything was starting to happen. And I started looking into it. And I'm like, what the hell is this? I was trying to figure out where they were coming from and everything. But at a certain point, I was just like, I'm out of here. Facebook just makes me too sad. For me, Facebook is like a sadness machine. I was in my 20s, I think, when I built. Maybe, no, I don't know. But I just remember you'd see your friends doing shit and they'd be having a party or whatever and you wouldn't have been invited and you're like, oh. And so for me, it was like, oh, I like this feeling that it's giving me, because the people do what they do and they have their other groups and all that. And so, but it's like in my head, I'm like, what do I do? And so I just was like, I can't do this. And Twitter is an outrage machine. Twitter's all designed around getting a feedback loop on getting angry. Yeah, I kept resetting my privacy settings. Yeah, I downloaded everything. It had like a download CSV thing you could do. I've probably lost that. I don't even know where it is. And then I just, like, it was every post I ever did or whatever. And then you got to go through that secret delete process that is like 18 are you sure's and then like a secret room thing. And it was like a whole big deal to get rid of it. Only bummer is that I had facebook.com/cricket. And that was kind of a bummer to lose that. Or whatever. There was some username thing that I had on it that I was like, oh, it's kind of going to be a bummer to lose that. Yeah. Yeah, no, second, I can totally feel that. The other thing I just didn't like about Facebook was just finding out that like my extended relatives were bigots and shit like that. Like, it was like, I can't do this. I can't know this much. Because the weird feeling of having to share everything was really prevalent when I was on it. And people would just share how bad of a person they were. It's just like, oh, I wish I hadn't seen that. Bluesky is the only thing that I currently post on. And I only post Star Trek response photos or code snippets. Yeah. Bluesky devolved into my own MySpace. Stopped hashtagging. Dude, MySpace with my favorites and like the little CSS like styling, and you had to pick your top 10s or whatever the hell it was. And then you could have like a song play when you'd go to that, like, what song do I want to have play on my MySpace page? That shit was rad. It was like, MySpace was like the Trapper Keeper of social networking websites. It was like, what does my Trapper Keeper say about who I am? That was the MySpace experience. Bluesky. I always say Bluesky. I never yeah. I just say Bluesky. It sounds fun to say. I dig Bluesky. I don't use it enough. It's literally the only video game in DevArt. Nothing, not that I mute or hide. It just works. Yeah, I mean, it's all right. I'm generally just not on those things anymore. But yeah, Bluesky has the Rusky kind of vibe sound to it. And whenever you do a post on Bluesky, you call it a blue job. That's what I always call it.
Remember, if you shake it more than twice, you're playing with it.
Ah, we finally heard the new follow sign. Who got it? Six String Surgeon got it. Excellent. That's the first time we've heard that one. I've had that waiting in the random queue for so long and it's never played. All right, let's get back to work. Yeah. But I think the Discord thing is a lot of talk from people.
How much time is wasted?
I think it's a lot of talk. I think it's the same thing as people saying they were going to leave Twitter, right? Although Twitter is awful now, in my opinion. It is functionally useless in terms of like, it's filled with bots, and it's just an awful experience. Mastodon. I haven't tried Mastodon. No. I remember I created an account on it, and Discord is horrible. Discord, I'll say that the real problem with Discord is that every single the paradigm of Discord is wrong. The whole channel thing and all that stuff, you should be making one and in a group setting and not an entire server full of your channels. You should be joining a server and you get to make a channel in that server. And that's how it should work, like IRC. But it's shaped around this server channel thing, and it's really bad. Yeah, it's just IRC, but the paradigm is upside down. It's backwards. It's like IRC, but instead of there's being this main IRC thing, it's like you're just constantly creating new IRCs, and that's not how you, I don't know, and it's a meta element, and it's on purpose. There's a reason why that is. If you think about it long enough, you'll realize why they did it that way. But it's a meta layer, and it's that way on purpose. Right, it isn't. It's in name. Isn't IRC peer-to-peer? IRC is just a protocol. And so obviously you have to have a server running IRC for the protocol to work because it's a peer to server. It's like many clients to a server. In Matrix, they're called spaces. Same concept, though. Yeah. I think the other thing about Discord is, and I still can't figure this out, I don't know how the fuck to mute everyone's. I don't know how to get rid of the goddamn notifications. Like, there are servers that abuse everyone way too much. And I still, to this day, just unfollow the server because I do not understand how to actually get it to stop happening. You get to ask AI for it. Every time I look up a solution, it doesn't work. I almost wonder if my account is somehow broken. Yeah, I do that. It doesn't matter. But yes, you can't turn off the red dot. Okay. See, it's functionally useless. What is the point? So it only mutes notifications, but you still see the damn circle. God damn. That's awful. Right click, mute server forever, and then right click set it. Yeah, I've done that. I still get the damn dot. No, you can't change the notifications to nothing and suppress it. See, I would open up Discord and have you walk me through that, but then I'm calling somebody out if I do that. And I don't want to do that. So I'm not going to. I'll just say that maybe cool it, guys. You don't need to use @everyone when you go live to stream if you stream every day. That's all. Oh, God. Anyways. But yeah, I don't think a lot of people are going to be leaving Discord like they claim. I think the community, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I feel like the only way to get people to use forums is if it's in a fucking app on their phone. Like everyone thinks that everything good is an app. And so the only way you're going to get people to use shit that still works and is fine is to basically appify it and bring it back to them, show it to them as though it's an app, and they'll suddenly be like, this is so cool. Have you heard of this thing called forums? It's like, no. Yeah, you can even make your own banner, a little signature. The only thing that sucked about the OG forums was that you needed an account for each one. Yeah, if it was locked down, if it wasn't public. And I think the signature thing was like, okay, we get it. Like every single post, like there'd be an argument and you'd keep scrolling because their fucking signature was this big ass, like, you know, oh, I love Warhammer or whatever. And it's like, cool. And they'd be like, fuck you. And then you keep scrolling and then they'd be like, no, you suck. And then it'd be like, oh, this is my anime thing. And then back and forth. And it's, I love Warhammer and anime. And that was the only thing where it's like, okay, the signature thing maybe needs to be a little, like you see it once or something. And I call mine Gasp Chat. If only they could unify, federate, login credentials, then OG forms would come back. One login account. Has anyone tried that? Or you could go nuts and use WebSockets. WebSockets can get expensive though, like in volume, right? Because they just stay open. The problem with Reddit is, it's my understanding it's like you don't really get banned from Reddit so much as you get banned from subreddits. And the reason why forums were so good is because it really was like a tailored community experience where it was essentially like, this is the kind of community we're fostering. Go fuck yourself if you're not willing to participate. And so you could lurk, but if you were going to contribute and it wasn't the kind of contribution that was wanting to be seen, there was like a list of rules and you could be out. But Reddit is like, again, it's this wrapper thing where it's a meta to that idea. But the problem with Reddit in general is that it begins to become a homogeny of the entire meta of forums. And so you start to get a singular output of thought and no anything else, right? Because you go to Reddit. You get banned from the forum that you love, you're never coming back. And suddenly it becomes one hive mind, right? So I think the decentralized nature of forums in the old internet is important. Just use a different account. I think for some people the very fact that they got banned for something they may consider stupid is a lot for them to just be like, fuck this, I'm never coming back. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But the entire point of the meta element with Discord and is account aggregation, right? Because that's what ultimately you sell to investors, is the number of users that you have. So it's that way on purpose. What do you think about LinkedIn? I think it's stupid. I don't know. It's parasitic. It's dumb. It uses FOMO to try and pull you in. FOMO over the worst fucking thing, which is, dear God, I need a job. I have to have a paycheck. And it's like, hey, some recruiter looked at your thing. It's awful. But I don't use LinkedIn. It's a weird place to posturize this like corporate entity version of yourself. But I don't know. I've only been on there a couple of times, and when it started telling me people were looking at my stuff and everything, I was like, I don't want this. Like, I was like, no, I'm good. Speaking from experience. Yeah, you can quit X and Facebook, but people need LinkedIn. Yeah, no, it's gross. And the whole model built around that need and gatekeeping it behind like, hey, something happened, but you're not going to know until you log in and we can then tell you. That's so fucked. But it's really important. Yeah. You guys can go to my LinkedIn if you want. I think I'm Brony. I think I got the Brony user thing. So if you looked up LinkedIn Brony, you're going to find me. I'm going to dox myself. I just doxed myself by doing that. I have a LinkedIn account, but I haven't updated it. I forget when. Yeah. I'm going to get all these notifications that a bunch of people looked at my LinkedIn account now. That's funny. Not really, but all right. I also have an account on there. Yeah. I mean, it is useful. I think it's useful from, you know what it's really useful for is investing. If you know how to use LinkedIn, and you look at people moving and shuffling around in the corporate space and use that as a tool for investing in things early before the press release comes out or whatever, it's actually useful for that. Like, because a lot of stuff you find out way before it's been publicized because people have to update their LinkedIn profile. And so they'll do that before the press release. Insider trading in the legal way. It's outsider trading. I'm just using publicly available information. Back when it was black and white, run by two-dimensional dinosaurs. I'll send you a job interview request or something and then pull it from you for the lulz. Man, yeah, AI for job applications. Some people just getting nuked because something in their application is like formulated wrong and AI just tosses their app. We're creating a situation where people are just going to openly lie about everything in order to just get noticed. It actually makes for a more dishonest base of people to choose from, if you think about it. Gotta go. All right, we're gonna lose Sia. My favorite joke is my boss is a madman when he threw away half of the resume saying, we don't need unlucky people working here. Unfortunately, I've been on the opposite of that, where the last name was Hispanic and he would just put it at the bottom, which was really disturbing. And so we made sure to hire when I made sure it was funny. But when they put us in charge of hiring and I was like, okay, see? Like, I was instantly, everyone that I brought in was like, they were like, oh no, we've made a huge mistake. Why is he bringing in all the brown people? I'm doing my part. It was like all I could do. Quick, steal their melanin. That guy, man, my one boss was nuts. My one boss was nuts. He would ask people because they would based on his filtering mechanism, lo and behold, we only ended up with really poor choices for candidates because we lived in a community that was half Hispanic. So you're just cutting out half of the fucking population of the local area, right? Genius move. So we'd end up with all these people that had like DUIs and like felonies and shit like that for a bank. Anyways, he would do this thing at the interview because there would be some sort of like, they had some sort of thing on their record, and he would openly ask them in front of all of us, what was it? And it was like, in my head, I'm screaming because every time this shit would happen, I go to HR and be like, hey, this shit is going on. And then nothing would happen. This one time, oh my God, it was this older guy, and he was like, there was like a young girl, and I was like, oh my fucking God, no. And he starts going into the details, and I'm like, ah! What was the role for? It was for a help desk at a bank for IT. No, it's not legal. No, it was like, I do not want to participate in this anymore. And I think they thought they had our trump card because they're like, well, fine, you guys do it. And then we did, and we hired really good people because we know how the fucking job worked, and we didn't use some arbitrary way of filtering people out. Yeah, we got some, anyways. Killing a man with his thumb. No, it was really gross to be in the room and that stuff. I mean, for me, when I was interviewing people, for me, the hard part was just like, how do I ask a question that's not a layup? Like, one thing I stopped asking right away, because I realized I was just asking it because I've heard it asked, is why do you want to work here? Which is just such a dumb fucking question. It's a stupid question. It is such a stupid question. Well, you guys had a listing of a job, and I want to do that job, and I'd like to get paid. It's like, no, tell me how great I am. That's really what the question is. Like, why is it working here because I get to work here? Why is it so great that I get to work here? Like, that's what that question is. Because that's the answer that they want. It's like, oh, well, you guys are the most prestigious local mid-sized bank. It's like, okay, dude. But yeah, I was always more concerned about just like, how do you ask a question to see how they troubleshoot a problem? Because, because it was like, I know they weren't going to know every little thing. Like if I said Active Directory, the talent pool in our area was very small because we're in a small town, and so it's like, okay, well, so it was more about trying to figure out a way of deducing, could they think the way they need to be able to solve the kinds of problems that I know they're going to see. And that was like kind of hard to set up, and I got better at it over time, but it was really difficult initially to come up with, like, because each interview I'm trying to work out, it's like almost like stand up. Like I was trying to figure out, okay, let me try something like this. And then I'd ask something, and then I'd be like, no, that's fucking stupid. So, but yeah. You would think hiring is easy. I don't know. I don't miss the corporate stuff. Okay, so here's our problem. Let me get back to work, guys. I'm getting so distracted. It's because I don't get to stream that much, and I gotta decompress when I start streaming again. And so like a day is almost half of a day is a wash. But here's the deal. So we have all these lumber nodes and everything like that. We're doing the node connections here. The problem with this is that we're using the nodes in the space of the editor scene. So what we have to do is when the scene is reconstructed in the running game, we have to make sure that those node connections are set up proper for that scene tree. And because unfortunately, for whatever goddamn reason, they've decided to use pathing for the node, for the physics stuff. And I love Godot, but I'm sure there's a reason for this. But I don't like it. I don't like this at all. Because I try to stay out of the scene. I use references, but not from the scene tree. As much as possible, I try to stay out of the scene tree and just have references to everything I need. Because I hate doing like pathing things. So anyway, so this is the root of our problem here is that we need to distinguish whether or not we're in the editor. So that's what we have up here. And if we're not in the editor, then we need to reconstruct our node connections. So the question is, how? Now, our answer is in our save file, this resource that we're creating. So we have this resource. Now let's see is it the same resource? That started to happen. Dude, Obsidian, that started to happen to us after we did our hiring rounds. The hiring for IT was taken over by HR. And so all we could do is feed them a series of questions that we hoped they would ask. But they started hiring for all departments without anyone involved in those departments as part of the interview process. It was bizarre. I don't understand why that was happening. So it was very much like that. It was starting to become that where I worked. In one of my interviews, the guy asked me, what is ping? And I said, portable internet working groper. Explained its history and how the protocol works. He hired me immediately and said the answer on the card is used for pinging other computers. Internet working groper. I didn't even know that. I thought that was its real name for a second. It isn't? Or no, it is. It ain't Pong? I remember. This is so stupid. I worked at an ISP. And we were doing long-range wireless. Packet Internet Groper is the real name. Portable Internet Working Groper. So were you trying to joke and they didn't even realize you were joking? So we had these long-range 100-mile antenna systems, and so there were these massive shotgun tower things in these, fake trees and all that stuff. I was at the desk of one of the main networking guys, and he had one of the receivers. We were in this building, and he had one of the receivers at his desk. So it was probably giving us both cancer. But he was showing me some stuff like that, and he had a ping going to the endpoint. And I don't know why I'm telling this story, because it's kind of dumb, but I couldn't stop laughing when it happened. But so it's just nothing, right? Because we're inside a building, there's no signal. It's got to be open air, line of sight kind of thing. And we're sitting there and we're talking, and we're both kind of just staring at the pings, all the packets getting dropped. And then we saw one come through, and it was just like this one little packet. And he was like, "Oh, it's the little packet that could." We just started calling it different things. But when he said that, I just burst into tears, and I couldn't stop laughing. It's so stupid. I don't know why I'm bringing that up, but I just remember it was a little packet that could. It's like, I think I can. Somehow it made it through, which is an impressive feat, because a ping is both ways. So somehow that little packet went out and then came back. It's like, I made it. It's like, oh shit, you did. Good job. An inspire. Yeah. If only you could be. Why can't you be like that packet, son? Through the TCP/IP ocean. I mean, it could have been. I don't know. It could have been. Who knows? I feel like ping is one of those. Yeah, I could see that. Like they're like, what if we call it ping? Because it's gonna come back. It's like ping pong. Like, oh, that's a good idea. Well, what does it mean? I could totally see that. Okay, so how do we know what neighbors? We're gonna look at when we add the lumber. We're gonna pin some lumber here. Now on each lumber we have our neighbors, which means that when we add the resource lumber, this is another problem that we're gonna have, which is that we're referring to things by lumber. Add lumber. So I think what we need to do is we will rock you. Some of those audio for the blind things are amazing. I remember seeing one for the original Deadpool television series that was really good. Okay. Right, because we need the ground path. Ooh. So how about just from? And then we'll say it's a node 3D. And it has to be a physics body, so we might be able to say that it's now we'd have to do a test here as well. Wouldn't it be best to create a custom node type that takes a resource that describes a lumber tree? The node itself isn't an editor, but rebuilds with changes from its resource. Ultimately, that might be where I'm headed. Because I didn't even think about using a resource for saving until I realized I was doing this in engine. And so using a resource for saves made sense. And so I built everything before that moment. So yeah, creating, but we'll see. We'll see. Because yeah, this is a little inside out right now. I'm agreeing with that. Oh, this is what I wanted to check though, is if we have a tree resource, what does it look like in terms of its I built a huge tool once in editor for building. Well, and the reason, like, I can see not doing it in the editor for certain things, but the reason why I'm using an editor, because I was thinking, oh, I'll just build this as a scene, you know, and then I won't use Godot tooling. But I'm using Godot tooling because I need all of these cool gizmos. Like, all of this stuff is too helpful for me for what it is I'm doing in particular. And so all that stuff I get for free from the engine, I want. All right, I'm going to get some tea and we'll get back to doing some serious work. I'm pretty sure Mr. Pig tinkled in our room. All right. The little packet that could. I think I can. It might have been, you're right, it might have been from the endpoint to us. It was the equivalent of some ping of data, but it wasn't a ping, now that I think about it. He was trying to explain it to me, but it was essentially like a ping. $32 bits. How many pieces on a chessboard? $32 pieces, 16 sides, and then the board. So 32. So you would need 2 bytes. How much could you get with 2? 32 bytes is you would need how many bits? 32 numbers. $64. Yeah. Because 32. 2. 16, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. So 5 for the 1 for side, 1 bit per side. It's going to crash again. Yeah, I can't. I have to be in a certain. I am 4 hours in on a rant filled stream that I can't do any bit thinking right now, so I cannot join in. 4 bits to define a piece. Well, you need 1 bit for side, right? And you need how many unique pieces? Pawn is just 1. You need 1 bit for side. Booleans for side. 1 bit. Sorry, I'm getting this mixed up. And then pawns don't need to be. Everything is in pairs. Pawns can all be 1 type. But then for king and queen, that's a little different. So then, but it's 16 pieces. 8 of them are all 1 type. And then the rest can be divided by 2, save for 2. 4. So, yeah. But then keeping track of where they are. No, that seems right. So 6. But the board size is 16 by 16, right? So you need 32 for position. Then you have position and type to indicate what would be where. It's 8 by 8? Oh, I'm wrong. Okay, sorry. You're right. It's 8 because it's 16 total pieces. Sorry, my brain. So you only need 16 to coordinate. So 16, which would mean you'd need right. And honestly, some of it's just like, I don't know. That's when you start throwing in arrays and stuff, and you don't have to do it all just with bits. The piece's position would be based on the bits in the integer. Right, because you could travel along. I see what you're saying. So you would just need 4. You need 8 by 8. 8 times 8. Right? So if you had an integer, you would really only need an 8 by 8 integer. Because you could look up from that on the board. So 64 right there. So 64. So you'd only need a 64. 1. 64. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 for the right. Especially if you're doing like an algorithm to determine best like moves and stuff like that, then doing it in bits would be a faster route. 0 is the index value. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, I wasn't talking about that, but white and black, right? Anyways. Next. Okay, that's looking a little better. Dungeon Crawlers of X-Men, XCOM. Dude, the XCOM remakes freak me out. I get so stressed playing those. Second one especially. Nothing freaks me out than the entire human population betraying its own people. Gets under my skin. And then all the crossbreeding, like half alien, half human things. Ugh. Phoenix Point? That's that other one that came out recently, right? It's exactly what they want, your skin. Oh God. Did you guys also just okay. The waking up in the alien ship scene in Fire in the Sky is some of the most insane practical effects that I've ever witnessed. I don't know, it's just like terrifying stuff. At least when I was a kid, that movie freaked me out. And when I watched it as an adult, appreciating a little bit more about filmmaking, the wire work and everything going on in that scene is wild. Never seen it. You want to see a wild scene? But you don't watch movies that much, right? This isn't the whole scene. Yeah. Oh man. I'm scrubbing through it. My favorite game to play like chess is using Pit Boss on Civ 5 and getting a server rolling, getting all your friends connected to it, and just coming back every like once a day and doing a turn. Once you have like a mega huge long session going, and a turn takes like 30 minutes. I definitely don't care much for that. Yeah, dude. The whole thing in order. No, thank you. Yeah, when they start doing the stuff with the like they start doing the stuff, it's like nope, 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 nope. No, thank you. Why did I rent this? Why am I watching this by myself in the middle of the night? I'm 12 years old. What the hell was I thinking? No! I've made a huge mistake. All right, see you, Obsidian. At least they put a modesty sheet over him. Yeah, dude, got to keep it PG. Even there, like, get decent, man. Do a shout out to Obsidian. Another Godot streamer. That's weird. It didn't do the thing. Apparently I'm being rate limited. Oh, this shout out worked. That's weird. I don't have a description for it. So we don't need an array if we're always pointing back to where we came from. So have a good night tonight, second. Sleep good, man. But for 93, Tapir, anything that M told you that I said is a lie. Okay? Yeah, for 93, some of that stuff you can kind of see how it may have inspired some of the stuff in the Matrix when he wakes up. That you're a nice guy? Okay, good. Wait. No, that's true. Yeah, or something. I'm a nice guy. Why don't girls like me? I'm going to go get another cookie. Give me 2 seconds. I'm not being very productive today, I'll say that. I've said some things about Tapir's that maybe I shouldn't have said, about maybe them being a rounding error of the universe. That maybe God sneezed when he was making them. I don't know. Might have been something along those lines. Fiero, what's up? That hole just gets deeper and deeper.
Shut up and take my money.
Thank you for the sub, Fiero. That man had a lot of fluids dripped on him. Yeah. Everyone else is a VIP but me. All right. Let me go get the back scratcher of VIPM. I'll be right back. All right. I couldn't find the back scratcher of VIPing. So I have this fly swatter. Tapir, Neil Do you have any kneeling emotes? That's the plan. I'm going to get it right up against your face and put it up against your cheeks. And then over your nose and on across your lips. All right. You promise to defend the helpless and to always
Shut
tell
up
the
and
truth,
take my money.
even if it leads to your death, et cetera, and so on. I VIP you for the stream. Arise, a VIP. Gifted sub from Medusa. Thank you so much for that. Oh, and that is your oath. And then that's so you remember it. Oh, let me put it back. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Gotta smack him with the fly swatter. Like, now I feel dirty. What are you talking about? It's only a little bit got bug guts on it. Just a little. Okay. So now we're using the resources. Maybe. Clear everything out. Close the tree editor. Reopen it. Oh, we're broken. Fiera, how you doing? How's your stuff coming? I know. No. I mean, I asked for the badge. I was just kind of memeing. Oh, there you go. You got it. We can take it away when you're not looking. I have done that to people who have ghosted me. But it's because I only had 10 for a really long time. Shit's coming along nicely. Nice. Have you done any of that juice for killing the final thing in the room yet? I don't have more eyes on the game, but the game has been getting better every day. Nice. I got a big patch coming soon. Like a nicotine patch? A lot more. Nice. Ah, shit. So the lumber joints. This is our only problem here doing this. Minnie's watching me from the living room. She's not feeling good at all. If you guys could give some cool emotes and well wishes to Minnie. She's very sick. Tell her we hope she gets better soon. Please send your well wishes on the chat. The other scene I watched, I missed the part where he wakes up in the cocoon. Oh, yeah. No, that's the opening, dude. That's the one that's wild. So the Matrix is just fully Fire in the Sky coded. It seems like it, doesn't it? It seems like they really borrowed from that scene a lot. Okay, hopefully she's getting those well wishes. Minnie, are you getting those? a Swift recovery, but not a Swift programming language recovery. And we got a giant goose that doesn't really show up giantly. Heal, become strong. Have you seen that video of that little boy getting chased away by the gooses? By the geese? Tapir? God bless it. Of course it's ruined by the internet. A little boy is chased by geese. The geese are chasing the little boy. The little boy runs away scared from the geese. He runs to his father, who is laughing, filming the video. It's like, thanks. Thanks for that. Here's a goose attacking pedestrians in Waterloo. Dude, you got to straight up. Oh my God, he just took someone down. Holy moly. Okay, we got to watch this.
Oh no! It's in the car! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, we're getting raided by Just Covino. Hang on, we got to watch the goose stuff here in a second.
It's cool.
Just Covino's working on a multiplayer capture the flag in space game. In space. Welcome in, everybody. We were just watching a goose terrorizing a small neighborhood. There's one particular part. Sorry for the loud noises.
They're attacking everyone.
This poor lady, watch it. She just gets pwned. Here goes. Ja! Finish her.
Shut up and take my money.
He's just running. Dude, this is why... I'm sorry, but you just need a little bit of buckshot and this problem's solved. Clueless. Apparently it wants me to watch Clueless. Welcome in, everybody.
So you're just an old hacker.
Gifted
like
sub
me,
to
but
Brainioid
this guy's
Games
just
from
an idiot.
Medusa T. I appreciate that. I hate geese. What if the geese's parents lived there before the street was paved? It's like, this land is mine. Yeah, welcome in. I hope your stuff's going good. I appreciate the raid. We're in the middle of just pure nothingness. So if that sounds like a good time to you, come on in. Oh, we have to say branch extended emits. Once I get this working again, I'll be able to show you guys what I am doing. I promise you it's a thing. It does exist. Let me just kind of... We have one small problem we have to work out, and then we should be back in business. We're making a tree editor here. This is so we can create a tree. Why do we have to create a tree? It's because we're doing some weird stuff with how we're doing this for our physics. But anyways, can't really show much right now. I will in a little bit. We have this show high meshes thing in our editor. This is going to allow us to be able to see the joints and adjust things about the joints and whatnot. We can create a cylinder. Essentially, we're creating a cylinder. We put a mesh on it, that kind of stuff. And then we add a joint. We'll be able to extend each of these as like a branch. we'll be able to extend the branches, or we can add new branches onto it. Those would be like when your tree branch is going one way and then it grows out other branches and stuff like that, right? We're doing all this because of our complex systems of weirdness for what we're trying to do for how everything comes together here. Invalid 68, tree 68. Add lumber. Neighbors. Should be singular. That's why I did that. Neighbor. Okay, let's reload. Clear it out again. Add base. Append on null tree editor 64. Tree resource append resource lumber. Oh yeah, we don't want to do that. Resource tree is just an array of resource lumber. And tree resource is null. So how about we say new? Noir. It is noir. You see, it is noir. Okay, and then we append. And we're mad about the noir. Whether or not to use noir. Oh, because we have to say resource tree noir. Resource noir. Oh, we're going to crash. 3, 2. There it goes. Using any tree data structures? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Every branch just knows what it was connected to. And I think that's all I need. There we go. So now we can add our branches again. And if we look at just the meshes, again, we can see the joint. The joint is always at the bottom, where the attachment is. So right now we just have extend. Let me show you the root of our problem. He's making jokes. Extend a branch. So it always puts it at the bottom. We don't want that. But if we rotate this branch here like this and bring it down here, we'll see the problem when we run the scene. Let me go ahead and show the meshes again. So if we run the scene, it should just, it's just going to poop down, right? See that how it pooped? Once again. And that is because although our joint connections exist inside the editor window and our editor scene, when we go to run the scene, it is created in the scene tree of the game. And so joints in Godot, physics joints, need a reference to the node path. And the node path is different when we're running the game versus when we're inside our scene tree in the editor. So really even doing any of the joints here in the editor is pointless because we can't run physics inside the editor window. But we do it anyways because we're trying to be consistent, but also your mom. And so she says, why don't you call? Your mom says to give her a call. That's what she says. She's disappointed. She says, why don't you ever call? You never call. Never call. So let's go ahead, and now that we can do all this, we don't have to serialize anything, and now we can save our file. Okay? So we now have saving. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say resource, saver, save, and then we're going to give it our path, which is blah, 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 something about file dialog, current file. That's the complete path of our save. And then we're going to save tree resource into that path. Done. Now Same thing for open. Resource loader, LOD, and now all we need is the file path, and then we set the tree to that. And bingo bango, we have saving and loading. Okay, not completely though. Saving is fine. Loading, we do this. Now we have to execute, hey, rebuild the tree. So now that we have everything based around the resource, thanks to the nudging of Obsidian. But now we just load the resource. Because the resource idea came later anyways, because we were like, oh, we need to save. And it was like, wait a minute, we're in the Godot editor. We can just use resources, which is great. I'm going to warn everybody. I'm just going to say this. Anybody here watching that doesn't know, and I'm going to argue against anybody who disagrees. Do not use resources outside of your Godot project. Do not use resources to save your game. Do not use resources to save your game. Don't. And it's not for the main reason that people say. A lot of people say, hey, don't use resources because you can inject code into the resource when you go to load it. Because a resource can execute anything. But that's not the main reason for me. You should always check your data, I suppose. If the data is gonna do something, right? But the real reason is that a resource is a reference to itself. A resource says, this is what created me in the project. This is the name of the thing that created me, the class name. This is where it is in the project. So if you ever rename that file or move where it is in your project, you could unintentionally break a bunch of people's saves files and it would work completely fine for you because you're a game dev and you're starting in a new save and you're not even thinking about what you just did because it worked for you. And besides that, really, it doesn't make you not have to think about serialization and deserialization. Saving and loading is always that problem. It always will be that problem. There's no way around it. So there's no surefire thing that makes you never have to think about it. That is the thing that is saving and loading. That is the problem space. So anyways, but just resources in particular are a very Godot engine specific tool. Do not apply it to something outside of the Godot engine. That's just my kind of thing that I would say. Anyways, that's my rant. To me, a resource is way too coupled to the game to be a data container. Well, the other problem with resources is you make a custom class, you extend in any way. Resources are now basically, again, you go back to the serialization problem because you can't say in a resource, hey, save this custom class thing I made. So now suddenly, what are you doing? You're serializing and deserializing. Oh, here we go. But I would say for tooling and for doing, if you're going to be doing development of a game with a group of people, and one of those groups of people is somebody who is going to be making things for the game to do something with, then I think a resource might make sense in that scenario. But that's just my opinion, dudes. But I strongly discourage using resources for save files. Please don't do it. I believe the docs in Godot also maybe say something to the effect. They're good inside editor tools. Yeah, it's for tooling. It's a great thing for tooling. But it is, you end up doing, like, resources are weird because you end up having to create, like, oh, I've got to do you end up having to create like a bunch of them just for one idea because it's like, oh, I need a resource that's an array of this other resource, so on and so forth. So, you know, it can get kind of dirty. But anyways, how you doing, Em? Let me do a shout out to Em. Em, I need a link to your stuff. Your or can I link to your Steam stuff yet? What about the playtesting stuff? Can I link to that when I do a shout out to you now? INI files are usually just better. Yeah, and I would say, well, and really, binary isn't that hard to implement. And really, for me, every save in a game is, I know the order of the thing, and it's like, okay, next is going to be an array. And so then I say, okay, here's the size of the array. And if the size is 0, then I know the next couple of bytes isn't going to be anything in the array. And if you just do the same thing but backwards for loading, it's really not, it's like not a very hard problem. I don't think I have a shout out for you. If your data is not completely flat, every other data format is better. I'm finally doing it. I'm making a mechanic in this tower sim where sometimes the soul will get sick and you have to kiss it to make it better. Aw, like tucking it into bed. Minnie's here. Minnie, did you get all the well wishes from everybody? No? Oh, we sent you a bunch of emotes because you said you were watching me. Everyone, send her a bunch of well-wishing emotes again. Minnie is sick. Bob says well wishes. You know, my dad did dowsing. Do you guys know what dowsing is? He believed it was a real thing. Do you guys believe that dowsing is real? Again, he lived on a farm, Dustin. My dad lived on a farm. He learned how to douse. Yeah. He would hold 2 metal rods. And then I remember I was on a property with him and he got 2 metal rods out and he was walking around and then all of a sudden the rods came together and he's like, this is where we're digging the well. And I was like, okay. And then there was water and I was like, oh, okay. My kid believes. Do you guys know that somebody tried to sell, they sold a product that soldiers would use in Iraq for dousing for mines or IEDs or something? And it was just complete nonsense. Same thing happened in World War II with a bombing, a tool that they used for determining where to drop the bombs. It was just complete BS. Yeah, he would douse with metal rods because he lived on a farm. I think it's total nonsense. I think it's like chiropractors, or it's like just complete bullshit. I'm just taking some hot takes right now. Dowsing is a type of devianation, already sounding like nonsense. Attempts to locate many types of objects in the material without the use of technical equipment. It can be applied to seeking groundwater, buried metals, ores, gemstones, oil. The scientific evidence shows that dowsing is no more effective than random chance. It is therefore regarded as a pseudoscience. Let's find something Godot-ish where we disagree. Dude, Tapir, have you seen the guy who worked for he worked for, who are the Steam guys? He worked for Unreal and Steam. He worked for id, and then who's Steam? Valve. He works for Valve and id, and now he's using Godot Engine for his next game. I linked it in the Discord. He's a writer though, so it doesn't really count.
Huh?
What's his name? But he became a true believer. It's really funny how I watched his whole journey for a while where he's like, I'm checking out Godot. It's kind of a toy and it's really young and blah, blah, blah. And I don't know. And he's all talking about it. Like it's nothing. And then slowly over time, he's like, I kind of tried it over the weekend. It was interesting. and then it just kept like infecting him. But it was chat. Here we go. Here's the guy. This is where he basically shows his project and he's like, look what I'm working on now, guys. I'm in Godot. It's really cute. I'm excited to see it though. It's nice. And I know the minute he runs into the problem, the entire community is going to rush in and help him, which is like not something you can say about a lot of other ones. I don't think, but it's interesting. But he has his name, so he was a writer for Half-Life Episode 2 and 1, Portal, Team Fortress 2, Left 4 Dead 2, Portal 2, Counter-Strike Global Offensive. So those are his writing credits. And for his next project, even though he's very used to Unreal, he chose Godot. Yeah, that's just how it is, Minnie. Weird. I agree. It's very weird. Moleskio, it's been like 1,000,000 years. Can you show us your game, or is it currently broken? It's so busted right now because of the tree editor is fundamentally changing the data structure of some of the core elements in the game. I cannot show you anything in the game right now. Okay, so there's the path. One thing that I can't stand in Godot is the tooling, though. Building the tooling is jank. I got to rejoin Discord. What happened? I keep coming and watching for a few minutes and seeing I'm doing the exact same thing every single day. God, he's just doing the same thing every day. It's the same thing. What is he doing? Why is he doing the same thing? Does anyone know? I'm too afraid to ask. Mostly just getting riled up with Asmongold and Hassan. I do not partake. I myself do not partake. Okay, so these should be joined together. If we run it right now, it's just going to fall, right? Clunk. There it goes. Clunk. Yo, dude, you should just watch, man. Okay, first. Speaking of clunk. And clunk. Spend your time watching, who's the clonk, guys? Who's that? NES game speedrunner, clonk, cowboy hat, and clunk. Arceus? And clump. And clunk. Come on, guys. He's great. Arcus? My daughter knows. And clunk. There he is. Dude, follow Arcus, Moleskio. He's great. And clunk. Just got to find an old classic game you'd love to see someone speedrun. Watch him speedrun it. Super chill, dude. And clunk. If you like hearing somebody say and clunk, then he is your man. Okay, so now we're going to try our first time saving. So it asks to save as, we're going to say tree. We're going to save it. Now let's go over here and we're going to search for tree. Let's look at the file. Is it TRES, the one that's not a binary? Because we need it to not be a binary. So let's go back. TRES. RES is a binary. TRES is not. Let's go ahead and close and reopen this some bitch. Got to be careful. My daughter's listening. I'm cussing. And clunk. Clunk. And clunk. And clunk. He can have 500 viewers all at once. Yep, that's because he's a cool dude. Save tree. Okay. Now, if we go to trees, this is another thing. It doesn't refresh. Does anyone know when you're doing something in the Godot editor, is there a way to get the scene tree to refresh to manually force that to happen? Please and thank you. There we go. So now we have some data here. And weirdly, not giving us anything. Why do we think that that's helpful? Are we not appending? Yep. We are not appending. We are not appending this into the world. I can show you the world. Tacos glimmering, shimmering, eating nachos, burritos too. Tree resource append. So let's go ahead and delete that. Tapir. Something we disagree with on Godot. Their Vulcan is underbaked. And they should have waited. Damn it. Okay. Next. Do you like their mesh tools? I haven't used them yet. You mean the stuff I'm doing for like subtracting and all that stuff? Yeah, I mean, it's just the CSG operations. The trick to it all is just to go to Wikipedia and just look up CSGs. The docs are a little loose and not... Computer science. CSG, Wikipedia. Maybe if I type this stuff right. Or is it CGS? No, constructive solid geometry. Wikipedia, constructive solid geometry. Yeah. So everything you need to know about it is in here. These are the 3 operations that they do. This is a union. You're taking 2 meshes and making it into a new one. This is a subtraction. You're taking from one mesh out of another. And then there's intersection. You're taking what is inside of one mesh from the other. So just knowing those 3 things is everything you need to know about the operations you can do on meshes using CSG. But this is like a real thing. This isn't a Godot specific thing. This is used in CAD. I really hate the animation in 4.5, mind you. Yeah, I think it's weird to have such a heavy thing. It's a heavy thing, like art versus many things. Now I'm reading what Medusa's saying and combining it. Animation player, that you have to have that on a scene to manipulate the elements in the scene. Otherwise, you have to do all this crazy stuff, I think is also a mistake. Because you end up, if you're not careful, you end up having to put animation player all over the place. And you can make what was a cheap thing very expensive. So yeah, and animation player also kind of breaks easily. Like, it's so reliant on the scene tree, and in the way that you can move a file in the Godot tree, in the structure of the Godot project, and everything reassembles and is correct. The same is not true for animation player, which is really annoying and really frustrating. Cricket is wondering, Tiny Cricket is wondering if we can all play Stardew together when you're done. Of course. Oh, Tiny Cricket is. Okay, that means I should wrap it up soon. What time is it? Okay, yeah, we'll do that. I think it, again, couples together with everything together too much. Well, yeah, and I think the better way to do it is to have the that, I don't know, the player that you need a player to run an animation. I don't know. It seems like, I mean, I guess you could do some fancy stuff where you can create the animation player and then remove it when you don't need it. But if you have lots of little things and you're animating that way, then suddenly on all those little things, you have animation players in all of those nodes. And it suddenly gets to be a really beefy, expensive cost. I do not understand reset animations. I mean, yeah, I get what that is. That's kind of like the T-pose thing. But yeah, I also really don't like the tile. I don't use 2D anymore, but the changes that they made to the tile mapping stuff, I'm just not a fan of. But I mean, it's an engine, right? And you can always build your own tools to do a tile editor. And I'm sure somebody has their own implementation of it as well. But I'm not a fan of some of that, I guess.
Fartality.
And a lot of the new music stuff is piping hot fresh. I think what Godot needs is some sort of like in the docs, hey, this is like literally the first time we've ever done this. It just got added, like experimental. It needs an experimental tag. Because it's open source, like for instance, 4.0 was experimental. And I mean, that's typical of an open source project, but it would be nice if there was, when you were looking at adding a node and it's a new tech, that there's like an experimental flag next to it. So you know that you're using something that they're still working on and it could change. Because that's definitely a lot of the new audio stuff right now. Audio mentioned. Yeah, the Google Docs are good. That's why it's funny. When it lets you down, it's like a big surprise and it's disappointing and you're like, damn it. Also, another thing I don't like in Godot is the theming and this I don't like at all in Godot. This fucking thing, sorry, my daughter's watching. Shoot. This thing down here. And it's like, oh, I'm going to work on my animations. Okay, you get this tiny window down here, and you can break it out now, but it'll be for things like gosh, what's the one of them? I just thought of it when we were talking, but sometimes there's like something that should absolutely, it has nothing to do with any of the 2D or 3D stuff. It should take up the whole thing. Or be in that window as a tab up here, or something else. And I have to work in it in this tiny little screen down here. And it's like, this is wrong. It shouldn't be here. Stop saying bad words, Father. I'm sorry. Sorry, Minnie. It's going to crash. I think their hierarchy's wrong. The 2D, 3D tab thinking should be second level, not first. The OpenChink, oh, dude, and even, I mean, I feel sorry for, you know, one of the reasons why I use an external editor, I think that having, that this is an entire contextual change is completely wrong. And I get that you can do this, but that's already a conceit that it's wrong. Right? But this is just bonkers. So this is like, I would, if I was still editing in Godot, I would break this out and do it this way. I'm reading with Minnie, we're reading the Project Hail Mary right now. I'm reading with Minnie. And the Zelda manga. There we go. Look at this. This is looking right. And then we have references to each of the other IDs for the sub-resources. This is looking right. And then this one has no neighbor. That's looking good. And that's the starting element of the entire data structure. We're looking good. So now we have everything to load. So how do we do a load? Basically, we take the tree resource, we create it from the load. Here it is. Minnie's just laying out. Took 10 years to finish the last book I started. It was called War and Peace. You ever read that thing? It's a slog. It's called the Bible. Boring. If I have to read one more yay, I'm going to throw this thing out the window. My kid got a first for her dissertation today, so we'll be getting her first for her art degree. They offered her a discount on a master's. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we need to have, when we run the scene, we have to know what we're going to load. Now, interestingly, we're not seeing any other files in here. So why is that? All files. There should be something in here. We're in trees. And if we go here to trees, we don't see it. But if I search tree, it's putting us in root. Look at that. Something about our save is wrong, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's not current file. We want to do current path. Root subfolder, current path. Minnie, can you guys find another set of batteries for the third Xbox controller, for the fourth Xbox controller, so we can play together? If we don't have that, we won't be able to play together. 2 AAs. There it is. Tree is in there. Okay. So now we change the tree resource here when we do a load, and then we have to trigger, basically, I think we could just for loop this, right? We still don't have a connection to the nodes, though. So we got to figure that out. I think what we'll need is a lookup for lumber to the related. So we'll have a dictionary that's a resource lumber that points to the lumber of that resource. Tree lumber is a dictionary of resource lumber and then lumber. No. Oh, grandma's. We can use grandma's. The holy controller. This is my mom's Xbox controller. This is a very special controller. I use it when I'm testing. And when she passed away, it was a weird thing. We were going through her stuff, and then this is the only thing where I was like, wow, this is really special. So now I use it when I don't know, it's special. It's weird. She was a gamer. What?
Does it need batteries?
I don't think so. Yes. Yes, it does. Yes, my little man.
I miss Grandma.
I do. I miss her too. I know.
I think these are charged.
So you'll need to do the syncing thing.
Okay. So this counts as our fourth one, or we need to find another one? Oh, why? That's good. Okay, Odie, let's go. Okay, Mama.
Yeah, it's weird the things that, you know, we have like furniture and stuff like that, and it's not, it's the things that we use together or something that it feels more tangible of a connection. Like her hands held this thing and now I'm holding it. I don't know. It's that kind of thing. Okay, so as we add everything, what we're going to do is we're going to have a lookup, and then we can use this for the node stuff. So basically, when we create our lumber, we go tree lumber, we use the resource that we have. So we say resource lumber. And then we give it lumber, which is the actual lumber. So then it becomes equals lumber. So that's the key. This is the value. And now we have a reference to the lumber. And now here on node A, when there is a connection, so if there is a from lumber, and actually, we can do this down here now, because we're going to do it. Otherwise, we'd end up doing it twice. So down here, if there is a from lumber, then we can go look it up. So we look it up like this, and we go like this to get the path, and then we put this in here like that. Okay. I know. I've tried to talk to Minnie about spamming chat, but it's impossible. It's impossible. So once we load the tree resource here, we could just for loop it, right? I'm spelling neighbor the American way. Sorry, guys. And by American, I mean North American. And by North American, I mean the United States. Just to like narrow down even more. Okay, so now we've got our save. Let's see if we can get a load going. We're going to go ahead and delete this. Nothing. All right, let's see what happened. Do prints for load. Okay, so something's wrong with our load setup. Oh, you know what? I don't think we have... File confirms. Let's make sure this is... And is resource loader load... I'm double clicking. That's a different kind of thing. I need to hit open. Oh my God. Ah, why would you make it that way? Okay, I'll be right back. It's two different things in the signals. Why? The previous language would be swear words. Interesting. So by it would be taboo. Interesting. Huh. That's good to know if you're doing like science fiction or something.
Huh?
Okay, so the load is working. At least I think it is. If the current mode is file mode, open file, then we should print load, but we're not. Oh, we're in some sort of infinite loop. Or we're dead in the water. Come on, close. Something is busted here, boys. Godot is hung up. Is this a problem with... Let's kill it. I think we might have an infinite loop here. Instead of doing this loop, let's just make sure we hit load. Okay, so load worked. We're going through the lumber piece array. It's an array. Okay. It's an array of resource lumber. Okay, everything should be fine. Let's see the count. Because maybe something's wrong with our load here. So we're going to load %s, % lumber piece size. Load, it shows 3. So let's go ahead and do this. We're going to say add lumber for each resource. And there it is. Okay, so we're adding lumber 3 times. Now we're going to actually call the function add lumber. We're going to use the resource lumber that we have. Okay. Nothing happened. Load. Let's close and reopen. Because again, we're in a tool and everything gets weird. And there we go. We hung. Okay, so something's in the way. Me think something's in the way. Yeah. Cookie. Something's in the way. Monster. Me want cookie now. Yeah. Oh. Let's see. Get rid of that. Skidoo. Come on, baby. Come on, sweetie. We're so close. Oh, like shaka shaka. Oh, look at this. We're appending. We already have this, and thus creating an infinite loop. Opening a portal to infinity right there. That's what that is. And thus, Godot hangs because we're in an infinite loop. Sure felt like an infinite loop, didn't it? Okay. Portals to infinity. It's kind of cool that you can do that in computing. It's just, there are limits. You run out of space. I ran out of space. Is that right? All right, so we have 3 of them. Ran out of space. I did. I ran out of space. You did? I did. Oh, what was that like? I don't know. I ran out of space. So the width is right. Resource lumber position is lumber position. Position. We moved a bunch of stuff, but when we moved it, it didn't update, and therefore it didn't save. So now when we move things around, we're going to have that update because it's not tied. It's the resource value. Okay, we got saving and loading going, baby. Now we're mad in here, but if we run the scene, who knows what's going to happen right now? Whoop. Okay, so say we all. We're going to go ahead and, so this is the infinite loop. Oh, it's an infinite loop. So we'll just do a has test for now. This is not what we want to do, but we'll do it. Just a loop. You know what we could do? Add lumber, and we could just have a bool value from save bool false. And if not from save, then we append. And then over here, when we do this, we say true. That should get rid of our infinite loop. Lots of good work here. Lots of good work. Lots of good work here. Close. Tree editor. When we open it up now, we want to clear this out. We can do that, no problem. Load. Open. Okay. Good, good, good. So, last thing today. We're getting very close to having a tree load with joints connected. That's all we want to do today. That's it. If we can do that, then we can start playing around with joints on the next stream. You know what I mean about joints? I'm kidding. The French say le quack. I'm shocked they know grammar, frankly. Le quack. Mini Cricket's doing Calvin speak. I read Rux. I love Rux. Rux Mauritius. Anyways, that's my Calvin. He tries to eat squirrels. He tries to eat squirrels. His name is Calvinicus. The physics bodies are wrong on our load. From lumber, tree lumber, resource lumber, lumber. Resource lumber. Do we assign resource lumber, lumber from lumber? That's weird. Add lumber, resource lumber, lumber neighbor. Ooh, weird. Very weird. From lumber. We're creating a new one. That's very weird. Right? Comes from lumber, resource lumber, new. We emit. So it's brand new. How did it end up with the same joint? Let's think about this. Le joint. La joint. Tree lumber, resource lumber. Oh, I see. It should be the neighbor. Like us up. Okay, let's close and reopen. Don't save. Delete. Load. There we go. Okay, so the joints are right now. Now we just have to save the positions. We have to update the positions when we move something. Okay? So we need to register to a signal to notify us when the node 3D moves in the scene tree? I don't know. Can we do that? Feels like something we should be able to do. Visibility change is the only signal we have on. God damn it. So, what? La bleue. Update gizmos. Okay, so we could oh, sweet Jesus. We could override the setter on the rigid body so that we check if it's been the position that's been set, that we then update the resource. But then if we're running the game, oh, this is terrible. Okay. I guess for now, what we can do is when we go to save, We can iterate on every single thing. We're going to need to do this anyways at run. So when process is called, I suppose we just need to check every single time and say, hey, has this been moved? So for now, what we'll do is we'll iterate on every single lumber piece in the resource tree, in the tree resource, every single lumber piece. We will then say, for that resource lumber, we're going to go resource lumber position. And I guess we need rotation as well. Didn't even think of that. And we're going to say tree lumber. We really got to get a handle on our names here, guys. This is a disaster. This is a disaster. Resource lumber position. And then we'll do the same on rotation. We'll add rotation because we don't have that. So resource lumber rotation. I guess we could just have transform as the entire thing, but we'll use this. I have no idea how long to bake these potatoes. They're so huge, but I think they're almost ready. Yeah, these potatoes. Let me go get one. We're going to have to use freedom units to measure it. Hang on a second. I got to show you guys. All right, 688 grams. Okay. And then it is this. Look at this potato. Look at this. 688 grams, and it is 20. What is this? 20 millimeters. This thing is fucking huge. It's so big. Look at my face. Hello? Hello? Uh-huh. No, hang on. He's right there. Look at this. I get you. Oh, and then I killed him with a potato. You could make a hell of one of those potato stamps. Have you ever done that, where you cut a potato and you do a design in it and then you use it as a stamp? Okay. Let's see what we did. We saved it. Let's see what it looks like now. So we've got position and rotation now. Heck yeah. Okay. And rotation isn't then in there if it hasn't been changed. So, and if it's a 0 value. So now suddenly, okay, so it'll automatically be 0 then. So now we have position rotation, blah, 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 blah. So then when we load it in, we need to change position and rotation of the lumber. So we create the lumber here, scoozy, blah, 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 something. Lumber, resource lumber position, and now resource lumber rotation. Okay. So now if we close and reopen, let's get rid of this. Load tree. Uh-oh. Something went wrong. Something went terribly wrong. Why is it 1 point? Oh, you know what? I didn't save the scene. If we're setting rotation. Lumber. Oh, we set it to rotation. There we go. So let's do this. Delete, save, reopen, load. Hey! Okay. We're almost there, boys. We're almost there. I don't know that this is going to work first try because I don't think that maybe we were changing some things about our saving and loading as we were doing this, so we might need to start fresh. And I don't see anything right now. Oh, because we're not pulling in the save. So let's look at file dialog. We want to print file dialog, the path. Because we don't know what we're loading just yet. File dialog, current path. And I'm guessing the current path is going to be empty when we run. It is, because so we actually need a way to bring up the load dialog in when we run the scene locally. So for now, what we can do is hard code this. And what we'll do is we'll just say current path, because we just want to get this going. Current path equals res / tree z. Is it trees? Trees / tree.trs. That's the file we want to load. Wait. We have load here. So I can just call load. Oh, except that it wants a path. What if I give it one? What if we have an optional path? Path, string. So essentially, I'm just building an API right now. We're just building an API now, guys. Path. So now we have a load function. And we say, we're just going to say load this path. Okay. So now if we run the scene, didn't like it. Is inside true, invalid screen, is inside scene. It's using file dialog for the load. And we have a file dialog. We have some filters. passing this in here. But is file dialogue not a part of the scene? Right, it's not a child. So we have to add it as a child to the scene. Now, apparently it doesn't care in the case of, so we're doing add child here. So here we would just want to say add child file dialogue here like this. Okay. Oh. Open a file. Okay. Trees. Tree. File confirmed. It's not doing anything. So if we have a path, we're going to do one thing. And in that case, we're going to say file confirmed. Okay. Invalid access or property to key lumber piece on base object type null instance. 121. Null instance. Tree resource. Prints. Tree resource. Current files are path. We're hard coding the path. Let's go ahead and copy and paste it. So we're going to go here. Copy absolute path. Just to confirm I didn't get something wrong. Looks good to me, but maybe I did. Oh! Can we just copy the path, please? Poop, poop. My kids are listening to a song where a guy is just saying poop, 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 over and over and over again. And it's not current file. In this case, current file is null and we pop up. Otherwise, in this case, we say file dialog current path equals path. There we go. And I suppose even further than that, no, we do need to change that. Okay. We did it. Okay, something's a little off with the locations, but we have the joints. Okay, we can make a tree now. Let's next stream when we get back. So what do we do today? We got file saving and loading going. That's about it. It took a little bit longer than I was hoping. We still have a bunch of other little things that we have to do. There was more than just that, really. But file saving and loading, no, that's pretty much it. I mean, it shouldn't have been that difficult, but it kind of was. We were getting I was getting very distracted today, though. We were going off on just wild conversations. Lots of something that somebody can clip in about 10 years and cancel me with. So just keep track of the VODs on YouTube to end my streaming career. In the meantime, I will see you guys later. Let's go ahead and raid somebody. Who do we got? What do we got? How many are there in here? 31 of you. Holy Moses. Thank you, everybody, for being in here. That is a classroom-sized audience. I am your instructor. Oh, what do we got? Who could we raid? We could do Bouillon. Oh, Bouillon. It's been a while since we've been able to raid Bullion. Let's raid Bullion.
A new chicken
Another
bacon
fresh
is-
streamer. We'll raid Bullion. He is he's working on a roguelike. Busting ass, just cranking it on the stream in front of everybody. It's ridiculous. So give Bullion some love. Don't forget March 6th, unless something goes wrong with the pre-flight stuff, we're launching a rocket to the moon, baby, with humans on the Orion capsule. Gonna make a trip around the moon, baby. So be there. All right. Keep a lookout for the date, for the time. Looks like it's going to be 7:30 Eastern. 7:30 Eastern. I know, it's almost like we're regressed back to 1970, and maybe we can just reset and then move past everything else. So, all right. See you guys later. Bye-bye.
I'm making sure fishing log works. Cricket, how's it going, man? Hey, Dustin, welcome back.